Hello there, and welcome to the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. This is season 16, episode 5. We are live with Reuben Yap, who is the project steward at Firo, which used to be called Zcoin, which is based on the Zcash paper, and
Zero coin.
also Zcoin. There are two papers that came out in 2013 and right now are materialized into Zcash and Zcoin, which now has rebranded as Firo. And also, this episode is sponsored by Sideshift.ai, Citrea, Layer 2 Labs, No Ones, and Hodling.ch. It's good to have you, Ruben. Welcome to the show.
Thank, thank you so much. It's like super late there, and yeah, I think we've been trying to get this set up for quite a while, so it's good to finally be on. Yeah.
It's good to have you on. And I gotta give you credit because there's this privacy magazine, which I also have here in the background, but I have one in my hands at page. What page is this? I messed up. Yes, it's
Oh no, it
66.
was
At
there.
page 66. No, because not all the pages have numbers due to graphic design and arrangement. But at page 66, there's your article right here. It's called Moving Past Tribalism, Embracing Diverse Approaches to Privacy in Cryptocurrency. It's very inspiring what you're describing here. It's 4 pages
Two
long,
pages.
if I'm
Oh,
not
it's four
mistaken.
pages.
Yeah. And it has some of my favorite pepes by my girlfriend. Like, it's very nice. I like the
You're really
background. I
awesome.
like everything about it. You should get one of these magazines. If you don't have a copy, you can order one. I think just DM me and I'll send you one, or download the free open source version of it. I love this. I think it's my favorite work so far, and I'm proud that
Yeah.
you, Ruben, also have an article here. So, short summary, can you mention what you wrote about?
Oh, basically, I mean, especially in the privacy space, I wrote about how like tribalism was actually there's pros and cons to tribalism. It builds a really strong community and people who would defend you. But at the same time, I feel like crypto has kind of gone in a more of like a toxic tribalism direction. And there's benefits to both tribalism, but I think it has to be measured and we shouldn't be like, oh, everything's shit, everything's bad because even if you don't agree with something, that's the whole point. If you don't agree, people are free to spin up their stuff. And if something is really good, it can be incorporated back into your project if you want it or not. And I feel that, especially in the privacy space where we are already a niche, it's kind of pointless to be like, hating on each other and just shitting. And at the end of the day, there are ways that we can still collaborate despite being competitors, because while we are competitors, the main thing is that the goal is the same, to build real privacy crypto, that we want free money, freedom money. And if we are sharing that same goal, how we get there shouldn't be too controversial, but somehow everything's like, yeah, we are the best, and we have all these echo chambers. And honestly, when you get into an echo chamber, that's when your stagnation of your project happens. I mean, I guess you can say that's maybe what happened to Bitcoin, but yeah, I know that's very controversial.
Well, I think a good way to explain this is that we are in a space of open source software and
Hmm.
people build off of each other's efforts. And maybe sometimes there is no consensus for stuff to come into Bitcoin. The case of Zerocoin and Zcash is that these
Yep.
were papers to add privacy to Bitcoin. Back in
Hmm.
2013, when a bunch of academics and researchers discovered Bitcoin and saw that there's a larger market for it because that year the price went to $1,000, and there
Yep.
there was this enthusiasm coming from these people, cryptographers, who said, "Yeah, we need to help Bitcoin become a much better form of currency, to have fungibility." And for that, I think, or we think, these people thought that zero knowledge proofs were the future in terms of bringing privacy. So they wrote these papers. They proposed them as soft forks. So they're not very contentious, but I guess at the time, the core developers believed that the cryptography is a bit too ahead of its time, too avant garde,
And they
too
were correct.
experimental.
Mhm.
And it was premature to add this to Bitcoin, which is why we had Zcoin, which was the first zero knowledge proof cryptocurrency to launch in 2016. And I think a week later or something, Zcash was also launched.
That's right. Yeah. I think it was like, yeah, 2 weeks around there. But yeah, that's kind of quibbling. But yeah, Zero Coin, Zero Cash, obviously, although they have a lot of shared authors, they have completely different, I would say, cryptographic constructions. So yeah, I mean, we continue with the Zero Coin path, which led to a lot of really interesting developments down that path. Not all of them good, but it was definitely, I think, a experiment that I'm glad that we took. Yeah.
Right. So, what would you say is the difference right now between Firo, which is the modern day version of Zcoin, which is based on the zero coin paper, and what we have today is Zcash? Because it seems like a lot of people agree that Zcash is great, but there
Hmm.
is not too much talk about Firo or Zcoin.
Yeah. So, well, actually, like the current protocol that we have, which is called Lelantus Spark, bears, I guess, very little resemblance to the original Zero Coin because um a bit of history, right? So yes, Zcoin started as the first coin that implemented Zero Coin. From Zero Coin, we then moved to Sigma, which was basically a version of Zero Coin that didn't require a trusted setup. And then from Sigma, we went to Lelantus, which allowed people to basically, because when the original Zero Coin required you to burn in fixed denominations. You had to like burn 10 and redeem 10, burn 1 and redeem 1. So if you wanted to do something like 15, you had to do like a fixed denomination of 10 and 5 mints of ones, right? And that gives a lot of like pattern analysis. So it's, I guess, very similar to like early coin joins, right? So Sigma removed the trusted setup, and then Lelantus removed this requirement for fixed denominations because you could do a mint of like, let's say 176.3 and do a partial redeem of 50 coins or 13 coins or whatnot, which was a great privacy improvement. But even then, there's that transparent layer where you have to redeem it because this whole system was designed originally for Bitcoin, and now Lelantus Spark does this. It has its own self-addressed system. Amounts are hidden. It basically gets like what we want from a privacy protocol, which is hidden sender, hidden receiver, and hidden amounts. And we do this in a very different construction because, like, right now, Zcash uses. I mean, obviously, they've done a few, from sapling, from Sprout sapling to like now Orchard, right? But they are using like very complicated ZK circuits that prove like a bunch of things. While for us, we're using like specialized uh, zero knowledge proofs that are not in a circuit format. So that means we have a proof that proves membership, that whether you are one of these people that burn coins. Then you have, a balance proof, you have, and make sure both sides of the stuff equal up, and there is a range proof. So all these are like, I would say, much simpler components that are combined together to make a good privacy protocol, which allows a lot easier security analysis. And it's actually just a lot simpler to deal with. I mean, it was simple enough that Monero people were actually, happy to consider something like this because so there's something called Seraphis that is based, I would say, largely off our work. That at the end, I think it's still under development, and there's still some thought that whether Monero would still eventually move to Seraphis because of some benefits there. But because of this modular approach where we do things, there's no trusted setup as well. Monero is comfortable with that compared to going down the Zcash route. Though there's probably like some social and cultural reasons why Monero doesn't want to use Zcash tag. But yeah, that's in a nutshell. We are a totally different cryptographic construction with much simpler ZK, and which also makes it easier to upgrade. So that means we can take out a membership proof replace it with a more efficient membership proof. So there's a degree of, I guess, future proofing there. Yeah.
There's a lot to unpack there, but I think the first question that I have is what is the Lelantus protocol and why is it such a big deal? I've heard people from what's it called? Beam, which is a Mimblewimble smart contract platform. And they
Right.
say they don't just use Mimblewimble, which right now is considered much better for scalability than it is for privacy. They also
Mm-hmm.
use Lelantus, and that also enables them to receive, for example, transactions when the party is not online and there's like a time lock during which they can claim it. So, what is this Lelantus and how does it work?
Right. So to be clear, there is we had the original Lelantus, and then now what we're using is called Lelantus Spark because it kind of builds off the Lelantus work. So when we say Lelantus, we usually refer to the older version, right? And Lelantus, so just going back again because it helps to understand what Lelantus is zero coin. You know, everyone knows what it is. It's an RSA accumulator. You burn coins, you get new ones with no previous transaction history. Sigma, again, as I repeated, it's a version of zero coin without trusted setup, and in particular it used a particular zk proof called one of many proofs, which was done by Jens Groff and was it Jonathan Booter? So it's often called Grutter proofs. But again, it was still the problem of fixed denomination. There were no hidden amounts. Lelantus was our first iteration where we were kind of still using one of many proofs, but we were doing it in a way where you could partially hide amounts because now there's no requirement to do fixed denomination burns. So Lelantus was that, like, it was a big thing because Hmm. Because it was we were reviving the use of one out of many proofs, which was at one time considered like, why are you using this, right? Like this is a quite an old ZK proof, but at the same time it had quite good scalability benefits, and it was really really simple. You know, there was no like fancy cryptography. It still used like basic elliptic curve cryptographic assumptions as well. That's something that was a big thing, right? When Zcash first came out, it was called like moon math, exotic cryptography, because it used new cryptographic assumptions that hasn't really stood the test of time. Maybe it has now, but everyone knows how like ECC, discrete logarithm, the hardness. So everyone kind of understands that. But with yeah, so what was I talking about? So Lelantus was, I guess, getting closer to a modern privacy protocol without trusted setup and getting pretty decent performance characteristics, but it still lacked like a stealth addressing system. It still didn't fully hide amounts, and that's why we developed a Lelantus Spark. But to also clarify, to Beam's credit, they didn't just use Lelantus, they used something called Lelantus Mimblewimble, which, to be fair, is more like inspired by Lelantus, and they created something that fits the Mimblewimble protocol because, as we know, Mimblewimble doesn't hide the transaction graph really well. It's not horrible, but a really determined attacker uh, could could undo a lot of it. Of course, Beam has other mitigations. But I guess my point is that they saw this Lelantus and they were like, this is really cool. This is nice and elegant and simple. And they just modified it to fit within the Mimblewimble protocol and solve one of the problems of Mimblewimble, which is the transaction graph leakage. But yeah, so that's why Lelantus is important, because it also open up. Monero also started looking at stuff that use one of many proofs for. I think they did develop some protocols called Triptych and something like that. So that discussion really kind of opened a new family of privacy protocols that were looking at these type of constructions, and that eventually led to the Lattice Spark and Seraphis. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And once again, I think I heard this story from someone who used to work on Linux before he worked on Bitcoin. And he said
Oh.
that he was working for Red Hat, and there was another enterprise Linux company that was building. I don't remember exactly the name. Maybe I should look into it later. But the point is that both of these companies were working on the same protocol. And even though they seemed like they're rivals, and of course they were competing for users and they were competing for enterprise clients, they were still building off of each other's efforts. So if one of them made a major breakthrough, the other one could just take the code and use it and try to build something even better on top of that. And the fact that you get these protocols being used across multiple networks and multiple platforms is beneficial for battle testing how this works. Because once again, this all started in 2013 with two papers that were published for improving Bitcoin's privacy. And at the time, as you agreed, it was still a bit too early for this. It was not
Yep.
well tested enough. Now I think there's a lot of testing that's happening, and many of the concerns that were expressed back in the day were proved to be untrue. Some of
Mm-hmm.
them were exploited. We can go back and talk about what
Sure.
happened to Zcoin and why it needed the rebranding and why it was technologically improved. And I
Mm-hmm.
think there was also early on in Zcash, there was some sort of inflation bug.
Mm-hmm.
But the question that I want to formulate right now is, when do you think the testing has come to the point where you can say it's enough and it's battle tested and it's ready for writing production code in Bitcoin?
That is a tough question. Um, I mean, like something like confidential transactions where you just hide amounts, I think that's pretty much ready to go into Bitcoin, and that will be a huge privacy improvement. Just hiding amounts would already be a huge improvement to Bitcoin's privacy, especially when you're using a UTXO model and not an account-based model like Ethereum. So I think that was like really simple and stuff like that. If you talk about even if we talk like, oh, is the original Zcash sapling, well, not original, but the sapling protocol, is it good enough to go into Bitcoin now? Maybe, I mean, this is just like a ballpark, but I would feel like, okay, maybe another 5 to 10 years of better testing of that protocol. But at the same time, the technology isn't at the standstill, right? Like, yeah, we know that zero coin would have been a total disaster if it was implemented in Bitcoin. But now we've already moved past that. We've got the new technology. I mean, I understand your point of view is like, oh yeah, when is this going to get integrated into Bitcoin? But I feel that yes, it seems that, well, I don't know how long has confidential transactions been around. Maybe definitely more than 10 years. So I would say something like that until like people are like very confident, like, oh yeah, this stuff is easy, you know. Not just a select group of researchers understand this. This becomes just like a basic building block, and then it can go into Bitcoin. I would say confidential transactions would be something that would be almost ready to get into Bitcoin. So I would say about 10 years or so. Yeah.
But at the same time, confidential transactions are not happening
Yeah.
because, first of all, there's opposition to any privacy coming from wealthy individuals who invested a lot of money in Bitcoin.
Hmm.
Secondly, it's not the best way to go. It's
Yep.
not scalable. It makes transactions much larger in size. If you're going to get a bunch of confidential transactions, they're going to fill the Bitcoin blocks pretty fast and they're going to be pretty expensive. So, obviously, it's not the most elegant design for hiding amounts. I think something like Mimblewimble on an extension block can be slightly better, even though it's not on the base layer.
Hmm.
So,
I'm not sure about how much confidential transactions has evolved since I think was it G Maxwell that proposed it, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah,
Um,
he's the co
but I
author
mean,
with
like,
Adam Back.
yeah, I mean, like something like Mimblewimble, yeah, as you said, it has to be through something like extension blocks, and Litecoin has done a great job there. And um, now his name just eludes me, but the guy that did the integration for Litecoin, Mimblewimble extension blocks. Actually, he's
David
a
Burkett,
bit
he
of
was on the show.
yeah, David Burkett, that's right. And he's a bit of an unsung hero because I think he was even vilified by the Green people, and it was really unfortunate because he solved a lot of the issues of Mimblewimble, like having to have parties online, which to me was one of the worst things about about the original Mimblewimble protocol. And he did this with very little fanfare, and actually I would say, although this might sound a bit like disingenuous, I actually think Mimblewimble's privacy is probably good enough for most people. Like for like anyone that's looking at the blockchain explorer, it's quite tough to tell, especially if you have the amount of transactions that Bitcoin has. If you're on like a smaller altcoin with not many people using it, yeah, your crowd, your anonymity set's a bit small. But I say Mimblewimble is pretty good, but at the same time, like, yeah, I'm not a maxi in the sense that I don't believe that one coin can do everything, and it shouldn't do everything. And that's why you need like alternate coins with different feature sets, right? Like, I mean, it's not like in the fiat world where, okay, what's the difference between US dollar and the pound and the yen and the renminbi? They all kind of do the same thing. There's no like different features, right? It's not like, oh yeah, I use the renminbi, I get faster transaction time, or or like improve privacy. I mean, it's a bit different, right? But with cryptocurrencies, you can actually have those features. Like, as you said, when you add privacy to something, you are sacrificing scalability, transaction throughput and all of that. But that doesn't mean like, well, shouldn't we have a coin that does these things, right? To have a more private version, because Bitcoin can't do it all, right? Bitcoin is this thing that's meant to be stable, that's meant to be there, but that doesn't mean that there aren't other use cases. Like, I think Ethereum has a use case. I think Solana has a use case as well. So I guess, yeah, I'm not a maxi in that regard. So I would say, like, yeah, I've never really thought it as a real possibility that Bitcoin would incorporate any of these huge privacy improvements. I mean, maybe something small like Taproot, which to me is a very small privacy improvement. Maybe improve. I mean, I'm pretty sure improve CoinJoin would come in at some point, but I don't know I don't know how it's gonna go with all this like samurai wallet heat. Whether that would take a back seat with everyone being a bit scared. But yeah, I mean, even the stuff that Bitcoin Cash with Cash Fusion, I think that's a pretty interesting development as well. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. So in 2013, around the time when you had these two papers, Zero Coin and Zero Cash, there was this thread by Greg Maxwell in which he proposed a bounty for anyone who is capable of building a wallet that performs a coin join.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time, it was so he basically coined, no pun intended, he coined the term coin join. Before that, you wouldn't hear this anywhere. CoinJoin. It was
Mm.
just mixing. It was a mixer, but not CoinJoin.
Right.
And the difference between CoinJoin and mixing is that mixers rely on a centralized entity. You put your
That's
coins
right.
there, they're gonna get mixed. But CoinJoin is more peer-to-peer, is more decentralized. It relies on users who voluntarily participate. It doesn't have to be it doesn't require a trusted party that's going to do the mixing for you, and then you
Yeah,
hope you're gonna
basically, you
get your
don't
coins
you don't
back.
give out custody. They can't steal your coins. That's the main thing. Yeah. Although I wouldn't say it's totally decentralized, they do get certain information from the at least with the earlier versions of CoinJoin. I'm not so sure about the new versions of CoinJoin. I know there's a lot of work in making sure that the people that do the CoinJoin don't get much data about how it's being mixed. But I know for the original coin joins, you probably had to do several rounds to kind of obfuscate that from any single coin join operator, right? Yeah.
Yeah, so coin joins are solving one problem, but they're still not hiding amounts, and
Mm-hmm.
they're still not providing any, I mean, they solve sort of sender privacy, because Bitcoin has good receiver privacy if you generate a different address for every transaction that you receive.
Yep.
But it's
Mm-hmm.
not really privacy, it's more like deniability. And it's the same with
Mm-hmm.
CoinJoins. Because what you can say is that you don't know for sure which one is the sender and which one is the receiver. But it doesn't mean
Mm-hmm.
that at some point in the future you're not gonna be able to know. Because all it takes is just one mistake where you either publish your XPub, which is the sum of all of your transactions and addresses and everything that has been happening in your wallet, or a large enough number of people will KYC, and you are basically left out there as the only one who hasn't yet. So it's super obvious that you are the one who participated in that round because you withdrew from some KYC exchange or whatever. So
And yeah, it's not a good user experience. I mean, like I played around with Darkcoin or Dash. I mean, Dash is now called Dash, and Darkcoin. I think with Monero, it was kind of like the first privacy coins, right? Because like loosely, but it was often called like the privacy coin, right? Dash and Darkcoin and Monero. And the CoinJoin implementation, which I think they still is largely unchanged today. Like I think Dash still uses the kind of like the original CoinJoin mechanism. I don't know if they made much strides in that area. It's a horrible user experience. You go into the CoinJoin, you have to wait for hours and sometimes days to find mixers. And I understand it's kind of the same thing when you use like Samurai and stuff like that. There is like a long waiting period, and it's just not like yeah, I just want to send now. I have to mix. I have to wait, and then if I still have to be careful after that. It's really not that elegant. And I know with the earlier coin joins, the number of participants that you could mix with was also limited, and I know that has been improved. But again, like especially with this kind of, I would say, regulatory uncertainty as to well, I mean, people might say it's not uncertain, but I feel like people are a bit worried to run this mixer nodes or this coin join nodes now with all this crackdown on privacy, especially in the US, right? So I'm not so sure how viable it is. I mean, really depends on the regulation there, because it's not completely decentralized. It's decentralized in the sense that yeah, they don't hold custody of your funds. They may not get any sort of information, but there is this sort of like other type of network that you have to kind of maintain on top of Bitcoin to run this type of services, right? And if people are unwilling to run them, then then there's the issue. Especially if you start earning money from mixing, then you're like, oh, you're facilitating money laundering, right? Because you're charging certain fees to do the mixing. So you would have to rely on volunteers that are willing to put their neck on the line for very little money. But yeah, maybe that is possible. Yeah.
yeah, and these coins that were offering quote unquote privacy back in the day, they didn't have
Mhm.
this missing element, which was confidential transactions. CoinJoins are nice, but if you can track the amounts, you can still construct some data on the blockchain
Yep.
and figure out where
Yep.
it comes from and where it goes. I think Chainalysis and the way that they say they broke or they were able to see through CoinJoins was just look at the early inputs and the outputs after the CoinJoin. They just look at the CoinJoin like a black box and they're like, okay, the
Hmm.
funds went in here, but let's see what happens after when they actually spend and when they actually go to an off ramp, because that's what matters. That's where they can get the data. And based on the off ramp, it's basically just like one of those mazes that you were using as a kid. When
Yep.
if you wanted to solve the maze, it was easier to actually go from the exit to the entrance, to go backwards, and it was easier to solve it. And I think they followed through the same logic. And it's not ideal if you can't hide the amounts. And people are gonna say, well, Bitcoin is an open ledger, and if you can hide the amounts, there might be some hidden inflation. But I think that's just a
Mm,
different trust assumption. And yeah, we can
yeah.
also get into issues that existed. But my
Hmm.
point is that you can either trust high school, it's not even high school, it's like elementary school math, where you add up inputs and outputs and see that they
Hmm.
add up to the existing supply. Or you can
Right.
trust cryptography, which is a bit more complicated. It's more like algebra or something
Hmm.
which is different from basic arithmetic, but is still there and can still be audited. And maybe that we didn't have 10 years ago enough experts in the field of zero knowledge proofs. Right now, I see it changing, and I see a lot of proposals for layer 2s that use zero knowledge proofs, ZK rollups, and all of that stuff. And to me, it's fascinating that this ended up being the technology that succeeded because Monero is obviously more popular on dark markets and has more of a network effect with its technology. But there's also an acknowledgement that it just uses technology that's good enough for this purpose.
Hmm.
It's
For
not
the moment.
the
Hmm.
one that should be used. It's not the model to follow because ring signatures don't really scale.
Yep. That's right. I think one thing that you also like reminded me was like, with all this ZK stuff, yeah, it may be actually good enough for today and running it, but now we are approaching where there is a non-zero chance that, I mean, you're saying like, oh yeah, uh elementary math versus cryptography, we should be okay, we should be more comfortable in trusting cryptography. But at the same time, all this cryptography has hardness assumptions, right? Like we assume a problem is hard and therefore the cryptography holds. And that's really may not be the case with the advent of quantum computing adversaries, right? Which, although I don't think that's a quantum computer now that's really close, I would say there's a non-zero chance in the next 10 years there would be a quantum computer that is strong enough to break this type of cryptography, right? So yeah, maybe Bitcoin, CoinJoin doesn't break through quantum computing because it's just so simple, right? Of course, like other stuff break like the signatures and all of that, which can be upgraded. But to upgrade the entire privacy protocol, it's a lot harder. Like for example, if you could break the discrete lock, which actually would be broken in a quantum adversary, yeah, you could print coins out of thin air. You could even see how Monero's ring signatures are where the real transaction is. So yeah, it's to me using something like Monero or even Firo, right? You're buying yourself time for the privacy, right? Like yeah, maybe it buys you 15 years or 20 years of privacy, and after that, you know, um, who knows, right? Obviously, I guess once we have better quantum resistant privacy protocols, then that kind of problem goes away. But that, I would say, it's a further argument why these type of systems or even something like confidential transactions shouldn't go into Bitcoin, and why coins like ours should continue to exist and innovate, because I think it's important we have these protocols out there, and that there are people developing to build this stuff. But Bitcoin is Bitcoin, and we still are trying to build like private money, but it's so difficult to do so, right? Because there's so much technological advancement. I mean, just imagine, I've been doing this for 9 years and we've gone through like 4 privacy protocols, right? And even Zcash has gone through at least three or four different privacy protocols, even though it's like, yeah, zero cash, but there's a lot of changes in there. So yeah, I don't think it's right to, I think privacy is something that has to be always a bit, with cryptography it's always cat and mouse, right? You cannot just stay still and wait for think that something that will be good for the next 50 years. Yeah, maybe it'll be good for 20-30 years, and that's really good. Like all our encryption, all our HTTPS, everything is built off encryption that we know may be eventually broken with a quantum computer and stuff like that. Does that mean we shouldn't have it? Does that mean we shouldn't have end-to-end encryption and all that? No, that doesn't mean that. It gives us a lot of time and for hopefully to build better systems when that, if and when that time comes. Yeah. Mm.
I think even Satoshi Nakamoto said something along these lines that I think this was in 2009 on one of the forums
Hmm.
that this should buy us a few years. It was something along these lines that,
Hmm.
of course, it's not perfect, but we should win the battle for a few years until something better comes along. And this used to be the mentality. I don't know how we got to the point where we oppose any change in principle as opposed to evaluating if it has any merits. And we say,
Yeah.
oh, any change, any attempt to change Bitcoin is a scam. I don't really get that because obviously the regulators caught up.
Yeah.
And by this time, it's old tech that can be improved. There's a lot of
Yeah.
research that has been put into these protocols. We don't even have proper side chains, and it's been more than a decade since the paper came
Yeah.
out. Like you can say, okay, you don't want to mess with the money layer, you want to put
Yeah.
this somewhere else. We don't even have that somewhere else. And we have these altcoins, and maybe that altcoins are the side chains, but instead
Yeah.
of having this economy where everything is based on 21 million coins, we're going to have an economy where maybe it's 200 million coins, but they're
Hmm.
all useful. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, you just, it's like, yeah, maybe Bitcoin's a really good hammer, right? But it's totally useless as a screwdriver, right? And I always see that sort of analogy. I mean, I'm not a maxi in any regard, even in privacy coins. I mean, yeah, maybe it's harder to make the argument there, like maybe there should be only one privacy coin, which I think it's a really bad idea. Just imagine if there's everyone's using the same privacy protocol and that protocol breaks, that would be horrible. Right? But at the same time, especially for like the cryptocurrency space at large, I really find it hard to understand why there's this obsession. Well, I think not so much now, but still within the Bitcoin maxi circles that there should be one coin to rule them all, when it's really not possible, because you want really fast throughput, you want all of this. Yeah, you have some trade-offs, right? You have more centralization, you have more system resources. You want to decentralize, yeah, you're gonna wait longer and all this type of things. And these are things that you can't really get rid of. They will always be trade-offs. Like ZK will always be more computationally expensive than a flat transaction that doesn't have any sort of like fancy cryptography in it. That will always be the case, no matter how good ZK gets. It's, I guess, it only maybe stops becoming a problem if computers get so unbelievably powerful that the difference between a Bitcoin transaction and a ZK transaction is negligible. But that's quite a tall order. So I mean, I'm always of the thing that people should be building what they want, as long as they're honest about what they're building, how their funding is done, and everything. That's not a scam, right? But unfortunately, there's this thing to say, oh yeah, we must. I think I think one of the big things that people neglect to understand is that if something kind of fair launched today, maybe even like a super great version of Bitcoin, it would probably fail. Like a lot of people say, oh, why don't you just like like do like a Monero? And I mean, Monero had this early supply issues as well, and even another inflation bug that didn't wasn't exploited a bit later on. But I guess it's like there's this thing to always say that, oh, there's no room for error. And Bitcoin had, I think, I know of at least one really big inflation bug, like a huge CVE that could have really, well, it definitely happened. It happened two times. One with the really early that was like creating some billions of coins, and then after that there was a bug that was discovered by a Bitcoin Cash developer that could have been exploited, but was thankfully secretly patched for all of that. So yeah, I mean, we have to realize that we should be more accepting of errors as long as they are owned up and we do things. And I mean, like when we was coming into this a podcast, someone like hated on Zcoin and say, oh, we had a vulnerability and all of that. And yeah, that's not something that we hide. We have like multiple articles and posts about this, and we learn from it, right? So yeah, I think people should be more accepting of doing these experiments. We don't get a lot of money. Like we get like 16,000 Firo a month to run our entire team, and it's like, what's that? It's like, I don't know, 30,000, less than that, 20 plus thousand US dollars. It's really nothing. And yet we get caught a scam, right? Then I'm like, wow, I'm doing such a poor scam that I'm only getting this amount of money to support like a group of developers and researchers. And thankfully we have like very generous donators that have given us like, a couple of 100,000 US dollars here and there to keep developing. And I think that's what keeps me going, that people still think that it's important, and that people believe that this sort of thing should work. And honestly, I believe in it because I don't know if you know this, but I've been the target of so many problems with the financial systems and strict. It actually scares me. Like one of my biggest bank accounts is frozen at the moment. It's been frozen for I think 2.5 months now, and it's for the most ridiculous reason, because there was someone that scammed like one level above me, and then I somehow received money from it, and it was like 500 US dollars worth. And my entire bank account with all the money in there is totally frozen, and I'm locked out of it. Luckily, I have other bank accounts. But just imagine if, I'm a, many people may only have one major bank account, and they're totally locked out of their funds. And this may take months or years to kind of resolve, because it's up to the bank to kind of move as fast as they want. And I find that really scary, And I started the VPN business in 2007, and that's how I got into cryptocurrency, because my banks started saying, "Oh, we are not comfortable with VPNs. I know it's legal, but we're just not comfortable with your business. So we're cutting off credit card support. You can't accept payments into your bank account." And that's how I got into cryptocurrency, because I was like, wow, this is really rubbish, because I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm paying my taxes. I'm doing all of that. But yet I am suffering because of the opinion of a bank, right? And back then VPNs were considered like, oh, you must be hiding something. Why would you want to use a VPN? And today, it's part of your antivirus suite. It's part of your browser, right? And I hope that privacy cryptocurrencies will one day hit that same thing, because people are now like, oh, why would you use Monero? Why would you use Firo or Zcash? You must be doing something bad, right? And generally, even when I tell people about what I do and say, oh, you're the money launderer, right? And I'm like, dude, banks are the biggest money launderers, right? So, and they've gotten away scot free. I mean, like these people have actively facilitated, like HSBC, they were building, custom things so that the drug dealers could fit their money, their cash inside. That's how much they facilitated, and no one of significance went to jail. They got like a little slap. They still got their bonuses. And right now, we're seeing people like the guys from Tornado Cash, like get vilified, and it's crazy, like this war on privacy. And at the end of the day, it's not so much about fighting crime. I feel that there are much more efficient ways to do money laundering, right? But if you ban all these privacy cryptos from centralized exchanges, it's going to actually push it into the dark, right? And that would be kind of unfortunate, but it would also actually make it harder for law enforcement if, like, people start using dexes and atomic swaps and all of that to, because I don't think Monero is going to die even if he loses a lot of his centralized exchange listings. I think it would definitely be hurt, but it just makes it then more to the hardcore users, more to the I guess like the criminal elements who are willing to jump through all those hoops, right? But I feel that it's important that people realize that yeah, people say that, oh yeah, Bitcoin, it's about freedom money and stuff like that. Well, right now you can get your stuff blacklisted, right? That means now you kind of convert it to an exchange. It gets all this taint and all of that. And it may seem far off, but in the just past 10 or 20 years, our financial system has gotten a lot more severe, a lot more. It's now commonplace to have stuff frozen. It's now commonplace for your privacy to be given up, uh, very advanced, like, AML KYC checks. Now we have to, like, not just give our passport, we have to move our head here and there. It's become normalized, right? And I really want to avoid a future where this surveillance and giving out of data, where we have to trust our governments and banks to keep our data safe. It's ridiculous because you shouldn't trust them. Like, my government has taken so much of our personal data and leaked it like within a day of launch, right? They launched this new site. They give us all your personal data, all your like, sensitive numbers, and then within a day it was hacked, right? And this has happened numerous times. So I guess, like, why I'm building what I'm building is, I think it's really important, especially as someone that has lost financial access for not doing anything illegal. I'm just doing something that I guess may be a bit more new, right? Like, cryptocurrencies was new. I was doing VPNs was new. And why should we be punishing people that do new things that are still operating within the bounds of the law, right? So yeah, sorry, that was a very long rant and a bit disjointed.
Yeah, it's funny. When I used Monero, I actually bought myself a Nintendo 64 on XMR Bazaar.
Ah,
And I
nice.
posted about that, and people were making fun of me, being like, oh, I thought this was for drug deals only. And now you actually bought yourself. I mean, you can argue video games are a drug. I don't know. We can get into that. I just like collecting items I did not have in my childhood. So I never had a
Hmm.
Nintendo 64. I bought one for Monero. I think that's pretty cool. But the tweet to which you were referring is by Wownero, which is a meme coin that's a fork of Monero. And he said, hey now, Super Testnet might be a retard. And for context, Super Testnet is coming in the next episode in a
Right.
couple of days. But at least he hasn't spent the better part of the last decade shilling a scam that got hacked so bad it had to change its name from Zcoin to Firo. We
Hmm.
appreciate Vlad giving a voice to the retards and the scammers. Thankful emoji. So this guy is the one who insulted you and said that you're scamming and you're building
Hmm.
something. I don't know what his point is, but I guess a good way to answer this is to tell us about the history of the Firo
Sure.
project, how you went from the zero coin paper to Zcoin to Firo. But before that, let me plug a couple of ads.
Sure.
Sideshift.ai is the place where you can swap your coins. If you have a lot of stable coins or you get paid in stable coins, you can exchange that CBDC wannabe for free market money. You can get Bitcoin, you can get Litecoin, you can get Ethereum or whatever you want. And if you want to buy some of that Trump coin or a bunch of tokens that they listed, you can actually do the swap directly so you don't have to KYC to some exchange, register, or whatever. So it's very simple. You just send the currency that you have and you put the address of the currency that you want or the token or whatever. And of course, there's a fee in the middle, but they have low fees and pretty good liquidity. So check out SideShift. Even if you don't go to sideshift.ai, a bunch of wallets that do swapping already integrated SideShift into their backend, and you're actually doing swaps with SideShift without even knowing. I think it happens in Edge Wallet and Cake Wallet. So check that out. It's pretty cool. And also, I have to give you some information about Citrea, which is a ZK rollup proposal. People compare it to Optimism on Ethereum, which is a layer 2 that enables people to have different functions with lower fees and other features. What Citrea would do for Bitcoin is to enable what people refer to as Celsius or BlockFi, but on a protocol level. Not some company that can rug you, but actually code that you can audit, and you can have advanced financial services like lending on Bitcoin using BTC and with the privacy of these ZK proofs. I think that can be an interesting use case. Check them out. Right now, they have their protocol on a test net. You can actually run the code if you're into that and you want to understand what a future of Bitcoin can look like. Because another future of Bitcoin is represented by Layer 2 Labs, and they have their side chains. They are called drive chains because they are miner controlled. And they also have their own software that you can test. It's on layer2labs.com/download. And from there you get, I think it's called Thunder, which is a big block version of Bitcoin that you can run for scalability and low fees. And you have a Zcash sidechain that you can run for fungibility, and also an Ethereum sidechain and the prediction market and an asset slash Namecoin sidechain. So basically, everything that is interesting in the altcoin space can become a sidechain of Bitcoins. And you can see the future basically by running the code. It's not merged into Bitcoin Core. I hope it will be in the future. But if you want to see what the future reserves for Bitcoin development, you can check out Layer 2 Labs and also Citrea. Thank you for sitting for the ads, Reuben. Now let's talk about the history of Firo.
Sure. So although I'm listed as a co-founder, the original founder, and I guess there were two of them, was this guy called Paramin Insom. He's a Thai fellow, and he was doing his master's in some computer thing under Matthew Green, who was one of the original authors of the Zero Coin and Zero Cash paper. So while he was doing his master's, he came across this Zero Coin paper, and Parmin actually founded an earlier coin, which I don't know if you know about, but it's called Vertcoin. It's one of the very few altcoins that have a Trezor like native integration. Like when you come out, there's the Vertcoin, even though they're really small. I don't know what's the history on that, but I was like, oh, it's really interesting to see Vertcoin support in a Trezor. So Paramin started Vertcoin, and his aim was to get I think it was like ASIC resistance. I think that was the main thing. If I'm not and what actually then was he then came across the Zero Coin paper, and he was like, this looks really interesting, and he really wants to do it. And he actually tried to propose to say, oh, why don't we do something called Zero Vert, right? To build Zero Coin on Vertcoin. But the community didn't like it. They said it was too experimental and stuff like that. And so Paramin was like, well, okay, I really want to try this out. I'm gonna and try to make a new coin, right? So I think, expressed his interest somewhere. I don't really know the exact history, but there's this other guy that came in called Gary Le, who was a Thiel fellow, like Peter Thiel fellow. Like I think he got paid money to drop out, right? And he raised a small amount of money in Bitcoin. I think it was, I don't know, it's like 100,000 or 200,000 US dollars. This was like back in, I don't know, 2014, maybe even, from Roger Ver, and a couple of other people who still choose to remain anonymous. But I think there were two major funders, and there was some small little grants from like Chit. I can't really remember the name, but they were not very significant, right? And it was then, and you had to realize that the landscape, obviously it sounds like, oh my gosh, this is such a hobby project, right? But the altcoin scene back in 2014 was really nothing. It was all this forks of Bitcoin with a faster block time. Amazing, it's the future, right? Or bigger block size, or the most innovative altcoins were ones that have a different mining algorithm and maybe some proof of stake stuff. I think that was all the innovation that was happening in 2014, 2015. There was nothing really much going on. Maybe there was like Namecoin, maybe Counterparty. Maybe that's even after that. So Pormin set out to build this zero coin thing, and but he's just one guy. But I think he vastly underestimated the amount of work that was required to do this. And this other Gary guy was like, "Oh, like you handle the coding, and I handle the fundraising with Roger, and do the marketing. I'm the public facing guy because Pormin's a bit, I would say, well, first of all, he's Thai. He does English isn't his first language, and he's a kind of like someone that prefers to be in the background. So after I guess about maybe 2 years, Pormin managed to get some sort of working implementation out, and Zcoin was launched in 2000 September 2016. And obviously, I mean, can't blame him, but it was way above his pay grade, I guess, because he was just a lone developer working on this, dealing with really advanced cryptography, right? And within, I think we were, and there was a very, very basic bug that because we didn't have auditors, we didn't have a lot of funding. But there were two really bad things that happened to Zcoin on its inception. The first thing was our co-founder Gary, basically. So the agreement was like, hey, everything we divide 50%, but I'll only give you your share when you deliver mainnet. Basically, when the coin was launched. So Pormin was like, hey, okay, look, I deliver mainnet. Where's my money, right? And Gary was like, oh, now you need to continue. I will release it to you over 12 months, but you have to continue developing. And Parliament was like, no, this is not what we agreed. I delivered mainnet. Where's my 50%? And then he said, no, I know, I don't want you to just abandon the project, Gary, or something around like that. And Parliament said, okay, actually, I'm okay with being paid over 12 months, but could you show me where are my funds that was raised, is it still there? Right? And Gary was like, I can't show you that. And that's basically when the split happened. And Paramin was like, well, if you don't have the money, I'm not going to continue developing. So we found new investors who gave us like, another 100K or so. And Gary was pushed out of the project along with his founder's wallet. Because like, well, he didn't have the money. I don't know what happened to it. He said he spent it all. So that was a very big blow, right? Very early on. And back then, I was a community manager. I had volunteered my time. I was still a full-time lawyer, but I saw Zcoin as something that was really exciting because I was actually really involved in the dark coin dash community, and when they kind of deprioritize privacy, I was looking for a new project to dedicate my time on. And I was like, hey, you guys have looks to be great tech, but it's only two people. Why don't I come in and be like this kind of like liaison with the community and explain it in simple terms, right? So that's where I came in. But when all this kind of shit show was happening with Gary and Paramin, then suddenly my legal skills came in, and I was like, trying to figure out how to navigate this, and I guess my negotiation skills and bringing on the new investor. So that's how I kind of like, I was still like the community manager, but then I started taking on bigger roles. But the second really big problem happened just in December, which is just like a few months after its launch, where a very simple uh, bug that Paramin had done and had overlooked allowed the creation of additional 400,000 coins out of thin air. And it was like a really, really basic bug. It was like, I think it was like it was missing some equal sign or something like that. And because we didn't have money for audits, we only had a single developer, and that was like a really embarrassing bug that almost should have been the death blow to Zcoin, right? Because we just launched and straight away we have a 400,000 coins out of thin air, right? Which you take a look at our supply, it's like 21.4 million. That's 400,000 is why. So yeah, that was the history of that. Obviously, as we got better, I mean, we had some exploits after that. It was actually discovered. We got a lot better in the sense that there were no more simple, like small coding errors anymore. When the zero coin flaw happened, it was actually a cryptographic, like there was a problem with the protocol, which we managed to, it was exploited by some I don't know, black hat. He called himself Pink Panther, and he had like probed our system a lot. And in the end, we found the issue with the protocol itself. We disclosed it, and we had to imagine at that time, Zerocoin was probably like the second most used privacy protocol, mainly because PIVX used Zerocoin, and then all these masternode coins also used Zerocoin. There were so many projects using the Zerocoin protocol. And we did a responsible disclosure. We informed everyone about it. And we were actually already in the point of sunsetting Zerocoin because we were already moving the Sigma. So yeah, we navigated there. We moved the Sigma, and I've already shared, like we went to Lelantus and now Lelantus Spark, right? But it was, I guess, quite like a tumultuous history in the sense that we had such a really tough start, and we could have given up, but we continued pushing on and developing really, really cool tech. And some of the people that like that were behind our privacy protocols, like Aram Jimvanian, he was a is an Armenian cryptographer that we originally engaged to find a way to do the zero cash protocol with bulletproofs, because we really didn't want trusted setup. We hit our heads on that for a couple of months and realized that bulletproofs was just not performant enough to get the kind of performance. It took like several seconds to verify a single transaction, which was ridiculous, right? And that's how we came up with Sigma. That's how we came up with Lelantus and all of that. So I guess that's we had a really tough history. But the we rebranded. I can't exactly remember. Was it like 2020 or something like that? Mainly because, I mean, some people say, "Oh, you had to rebrand because you wanted to hide the history." No, that wasn't the main idea behind it. The main idea was, first of all, it was very frustrating that we were always confused with Zcash. People are like, "Oh, Zcoin is a Zcash fork," when it's not. Like, we have no, like, the cryptography, the coding is totally different, right? Zero coin and zero cash are totally different protocols. Now we've moved on. We're not using the zero coin protocol anymore. Why should we still be called Zcoin? And zero coin, the name has already been tainted because of that huge vulnerability that we discovered, right? And the other thing is that we were saying that, look, we want to stop getting confused by Zcash, and we wanted something that sounded like money, right? And we were like saying, okay, Firo is 4 letters, it's easy to say, it sounds like euro. We want to be like money, right? And that's why we rebranded. I mean, in retrospect, it probably wasn't a good idea. There's still a lot of brand recognition of the Zcoin name, but at the time, it seemed like a good idea, and it wasn't because to hide our history or anything like that. It's more of like, hey, we're no longer using the zero coin protocol. Why should we be called Zcoin? We want to stand on our own benefits because we're coming up with really cutting edge privacy protocols, and we want to be like money. Like, if we could just start from scratch, like the brand again, this is how we went. And we always talked about burning and redeeming coins. We like the red, the fire, Firo, fire, that sort of thing. So that was the reason of the rebrand. So I guess since then, we had like several interesting milestones. Like, I think in 2018, we actually dabbled a bit into election stuff on the blockchain, where we actually conducted, I guess at that time, was the world's largest actual political election on the blockchain, which was with the Thai Democrat Party, and they were choosing who should be the leader of their Democrat Party, and it was like 127,000 votes nationwide that were cast on our blockchain, and that was because Paramin he was actually like he used to serve in the Thai cyber warfare department, so he had connections in the government, and in a place where a bunch of people couldn't agree to come to do sort of like e-voting. And he was like, well, why don't we use our blockchain as neutral and stuff like that? So he kind of made that happen. So I think that was a really interesting use case. We actually even developed a whole entire election protocol that's inspired by Lelantus, which is actually really cool, but we don't have the resources or bandwidth to take on that task, even though we tried raising money for it. And that's called Aura. I mean, it's on our website. So yeah, there was a kind of like slight diversion, but I think at the end of the day, right now, Firo is, with a pretty good privacy protocol, and now we are transitioning into allowing, Spark assets. Basically, now, because now Lelantus Spark hides sender, receiver, and amount, right? We also want to hide asset type, right? And we realize that, if we are just going to be just a privacy cryptocurrency, it is a tough battle, especially with a crowded space. And we want to be saying that, look, if our usage is low, our anonymity set is low. But if we have all this type of tokens being created on our chain, and all these tokens share in that same anonymity set. So that means when I make a transaction on Firo in the future, I don't know whether your transaction in Firo, maybe it's some stable coin, maybe it's some dot coin or meme coin, but all of it share that same anonymity set. And we want to kind of be like, hey, we are that specialized change where you can get really good privacy and create your tokens. And yeah, that's, I guess, is where we are moving towards, without forgetting our roots that, yeah, we still want Firo to be used as currency, but we also realize that we want to be just more than that, more like a privacy ecosystem. So I guess, like, I think you've interviewed the Xano people, so I guess we are moving down that path, though we think, I mean, this is a bit biased. I do think our tech is a bit better, especially with using Spark, and the way that we're doing our Spark assets has, we think it's more scalable. It also supports like NFTs that are private as well. So there are some differentiators, but I have great respect for the guys at Xano, and hanging out with them in Dubai was quite a nice experience. So I immense respect for the Xano people. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that you're moving in the direction where Xano and DarkFi and also Beam, which is the Mimblewimble project, not the Ethereum
That's right.
token, they're also
Hmm.
doing that right now.
Hmm.
So I guess the main differentiator is that Xano is using Monero technology with ring
Hmm.
signatures, and I guess they're looking into full chain membership proofs.
Yep.
Whereas Beam is using Mimblewimble with Lelantus.
Hmm.
And I think DarkFi is going to use Zcash technology.
Yeah, Halo, basically some sort of Halo 2 setup. I'm not sure whether, I mean, like, I know Halo 2 as a proving system is from Zcash, but I'm not exactly sure if DarkFi is actually using the Orchard protocol. Maybe I'm not so sure on that. Yeah.
I'm not sure either because I did that 7 hour interview with Amir, but there are still parts about DarkFi that are not clear to me, and maybe that they're
Mm,
not final either because
yep.
until the moment when he launches, maybe that there will be some last moment changes. He
Yeah.
already
There
said
there
that
were
he
huge
started
changes.
out with Mimblewimble and then he went into ring signatures and he realized
Hmm.
that they're just not good enough. And then
Yeah.
he got into Lelantus and then he moved
Hmm.
into the new Halo 2 cryptography from Zcash. So it
That's
was a
right. Yeah.
journey for his project. I wish all of these projects good luck. I think that this is the way to scale and make Bitcoin private, honestly. It's gonna be on these layers. If we don't get proper side chains and we don't get anything anything significant that's going to improve the functionality, you're gonna
Mhm.
basically lock the bitcoins in a contract and then issue them as tokens on another chain.
Yeah.
And it's pretty cool if you have some privacy to transact. And you can participate in much more advanced contracts and interact with other stuff that maybe the base layer does not include. Right now, I don't just think, it's a fact that WBTC, which is wrapped Bitcoin, is so much bigger than Lightning Network, than Liquid. And I haven't seen any advertising for it. There's no fanfare, it doesn't seem like it has. I haven't seen anyone praise it too much. I haven't seen anyone brag about using it and saying, look at me, I'm so advanced and blah blah blah. People just use it because they want to put their Bitcoin in smart contracts. And
Right.
I think that if you're gonna be able to do that and also have privacy,
Hmm.
that's a big win for a cypherpunk future.
Yeah. I mean, I really believe in that. I mean, I don't know why people. I mean, I guess it's tough to be sexy about like, yeah, I'm using wrapped Bitcoin, which is custody, right, by someone else. I guess maybe that's the thing, but to me, there's no shade on that because it's a simple solution that has like not technical challenges. I would say regulatory and risk management challenges, but it's a product that people want, right? And I feel that yeah, I don't know why there's so much hate on I don't really know why there's so much hate on DeFi and stuff like that. I mean, to me, that's perhaps one of the biggest innovations of blockchain to have all these DeFi primitives and things like that. But what is your? I mean, I know I'm the one being interviewed here, but I'm really interested to know about your thoughts on doing something like Mimblewimble extension blocks, like what Litecoin has on Bitcoin, right? Why do you think that may not be a good idea or stuff like that? Yeah.
Oh, I was one of the first people to try that. I was beta
Hmm.
testing it before it got launched. I reported on it back when Litecoin actually wanted to work with Beam to implement this. And then they found this
That's right.
developer from the Grin community. I wrote
Hmm.
that article in 2018. I remember very clearly. I remember when Mimblewimble was sexy and everyone was
Yeah.
talking about it. Like it was the best thing in blockchains because it scales so well. And
Yeah.
that pruning is very important. I don't know if it's gonna be big in the future, but so far, I've even interviewed Andrew Polstra, who is the
Hmm.
person who came up with this idea of putting
That's right.
Mimblewimble on an extension block. He was an
Ooh.
advocate of this idea in 2016. And I asked him, now there's actually someone who put this in code, into real production code. You can just copy and paste that into Bitcoin and make it work. And his answer was that it's just not good enough. It's like old tech. But, you know, my question is, would you rather have something that is perfect and wait for that, even if it takes 20 years? Or would you have something that works for now and is
Yeah.
just much better than what we have? And of course, there's this elitism in Bitcoin, and we say, yeah, we just take the best of what's happening in altcoins and we're gonna just use that, or something entirely different, which is more elegant or adapted to the Bitcoin script. But my point is that why not use something that is out there, that has been battle tested, that
Yeah.
I think it's been on mainnet for almost 3 years now on Litecoin.
Mm-hmm.
When it
Yeah.
was the case of SegWit for that to get tested, and there was a lot of thought about SegWit that they generate these anyone can spend transactions and coins are
Mm-hmm.
gonna get stolen. It only took about 3 months from the moment when Litecoin activated until the moment when Bitcoin activated. And that was just good enough for testing. They proved what they wanted to prove, and then it happened. I guess what's missing in Bitcoin now is just this adversarial environment. At the time, it
Yeah.
was the block size wars, right? Bigger blocks was the name of the game. They just wanted to make that happen somehow. And if they could
Yeah.
make it happen with SegWit, they made it happen. Right now, I think we need a situation of crisis to get people to say, okay, let's use something that has been proven to work and has the smallest amount of issues and provides the greatest functionality. What's really cool
Mm.
about MWeb, which is Mimblewimble extension blocks, is that you can basically increase the block size on the extension block and make that more scalable for users. It's completely optional for node
Yep.
operators to validate that,
Mm.
and it's also prunable. So
Yep.
if you want to onboard more users and you want to have, say, 20 megabyte blocks or something, you can do that.
Yep.
And you don't have to hard fork the base layer. And you can onboard people directly on the extension block. I don't know. For me, it's mind blowing. Also, with drive chains, like, why would you not want? I understand that you
Yep.
don't want to use that yourself, but why would you not want other people to onboard Bitcoin using these layers that provide features that the base layer doesn't have, or else the kind of scalability? Because right now, the option or the alternative is that people keep their coins on exchanges, and this is the only way
Yep.
that it's been scaling. It
Exactly.
People say, well, there's not enough demand for block space. Where it's because most transactions happen at the exchange level. It's custodied.
Yep. And I find it a bit weird, like, like some people say, oh, why don't we use Liquid? Like a lot of this maxi. So I'm like, Liquid is federated as far as I know. And I remember there was this discovery that it was actually like, it wasn't actually like a true federation. It actually would revert to a smaller set of people. That was like, I think, two or three. I can't, don't quote me on this, but I remember that Liquid isn't as decentralized, and all these maxis are like, yeah, Liquid is great. Why don't you use Liquid? And I'm like, you have all this, criticisms about other people and like drive chains or RSK and all these other things, but then somehow Liquid is above that. Like, I don't get it,
It
right?
just
It's
comes
just
from the
so
right people, right?
yeah.
It comes from Blockstream, and whatever they build is somehow holy.
But I mean, like, I would say they're commercial failures. I mean, not to say that we are a success, but I would say, like, for something that so much, well, you have Bitcoin in the back, you have Blockstream name, you have all these things, like, it's still,
You have
I
all
don't
of
know, I
this
don't feel,
money. Like,
yeah,
imagine your project if it had the same funding that Liquid had.
correct, exactly. And who's using it? Do you know? Like, I mean, you more in the Bitcoin space.
Yeah,
I
but the name
have,
of their game right now with Liquid is to tokenize Wall Street. And they
mm,
say, we're going to provide all of the compliance and all of the legal stuff that you need to create tokens and be able to trade and engage in whatever. And the funny part is that Wall Street doesn't like that regulated part. Of course, they're going to use Ethereum or Solana or
yeah,
whatever gives them just a little bit more freedom to do what they want. And it's funny. It is very funny because they built around a use case that does not exist. But right now, I think they're trying to tokenize USDT and provide
mm,
possibly the only private way to send USDT around. They got bailed out by Bitfinex a few years
mm,
ago.
that's right.
And part of their narrative is that they're going to provide USDT Tether to the world in a more private way. I mean, good luck to them, but it's very funny because they spend so many years saying, Ethereum is going to zero, Ethereum is not decentralized. Even if Liquid is a federation, it's still more decentralized than Ethereum and blah, blah, blah. But the market disagrees. And
Yeah.
what do you do when the market disagrees? Like, you can argue that the market is wrong, but for how long do you think it's going to be wrong? Because eventually,
Hmm.
the fundamental value of something is going to pop out, and you're going to see if there's any merit in that or it's just hype. For the
Hmm.
longest time, Blockstream has been fudding Ethereum and has been fudding everything proof of stake, but it got so big. And it makes you wonder, like, people, do they really care about these values that they're trying to push?
Mm.
Or is it just a matter of using something that is useful for you right now? For example, my girlfriend, she can't have a bank account
Oh.
because she's from Iran, right?
Yeah.
So the only way that she can receive money from her parents, because she's still a student, is via USDT.
Yeah.
And that was
It's
sort of mind blowing for me when I figured out that it's not just her, it's an entire continent or entire continents, because there's also Africa, there's also South America, there's also Asia that are using these tools, not because they believe in them, not because they care whether or not they're
They have to.
decentralized, but
Yeah.
because the the financial institutions don't work for them and they don't enable them to do what they need to do. So they're gonna use whatever is at their disposal.
Yeah, and actually, like I think it was a couple of years back, but our coin, or I think it was then called Zcoin, was actually used by people who wanted to donate to the Iran floods. I think it was like a couple of years back. There was like really bad for floods in Iran, but you couldn't really do that using traditional methods because they were sanctioned and all of that. And there was this. I think it was raised like a decent amount of money from, and they were using Zcoin then to get that money to Iranians. And even just recently, like. One of our community managers, like he's based in Syria, and he was without like running water. It was like total, like he had to buy a lot calcified water from some crappy vendor, and he used the Firo that he got and earned to actually convert it and build a whole solar system to extract water from the well. And even like a couple of years ago, I was listening to some Venezuelan like having a couple of GPU rigs mining Firo to support their family. And to me, that's why I do what I do, right? Because obviously I have been through something similar, but it was not as bad as them. But when you see people needing this type of things, right? And maybe it's not profitable. I mean, these people that you're helping, they're not like super rich, they're okay with a couple of $100. But that to me is important to serve them. May not be super profitable, but they are a class of people that need to be served, and that's why I feel that it's important to do what we do, right? And yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it's tough, but when you hear stories like this, it really kind of warms the heart, and makes you believe, like, why have I dedicated 9 years to this, right? So there's some comfort in that. But I do want to actually talk about, like, some of the like regulatory challenges of privacy coins. I don't know. Um, like, I'm not sure if how familiar you are with that, but it's something that I guess, when anyone talks about privacy coins, besides the, oh, it's used for illegal activity, they're like, oh yeah, governments and centralized exchanges are going to ban it. And even within like the privacy community, there's a huge kind of divide as to how to deal with these challenges, right? And it's like a whole spectrum of things. But I guess, like, to me, I think the first question to ask is, what is a privacy coin, right? Like, okay, we can say, oh yeah, Monero is definitely a privacy coin. But is Grin a privacy coin if the transaction graph can be open, right? It becomes a bit like, is Dash a privacy coin, right? And now
Or
I've
is
even
Bitcoin a
argued with,
privacy coin because you can coin join
yeah.
it, right?
And the weird thing is that it's Litecoin, especially now with its Mimblewimble extension blocks, right? Because if you take a look at the new MiCA regulations, there's this targeting of coins with anonymity enhancing features. And the way that they define it is to say, oh, coins or like projects that have inbuilt privacy features, that's a privacy coin. If it's not inbuilt, I don't know what does inbuilt mean. So I guess to them, if it's at the protocol layer, it's inbuilt. But if it's not at the protocol layer, it's not inbuilt. And I feel like that's a very arbitrary distinction, right? Like, why? The utility is the same. So is it just about marketing? So I saw the way that Secret deals with it, like Secret Network. And Secret Network is all about privacy and all of that. But their argument is to say that, oh, our privacy is provided through a smart contract, and therefore it's not inbuilt, right? And some of the regulators are buying that, right? But it's kind of frustrating because although there's this definition of privacy coin, why is Firo a privacy coin and Litecoin is not, right? And when I was asking the exchange, they couldn't really give me an answer to that. Basically saying that, oh, regulators asked us to do this action on you guys because you are called a privacy coin. And we've seen even fake privacy coins like Verge, who have no on-chain privacy. It's all you just turn on Tor, which you can do on Bitcoin, right? And that's also classified as a privacy coin, mainly because I don't know, it's on CoinGecko list or CoinMarketCap list as a privacy coin, and they used to call themselves a privacy coin. Dash still gets this, they're a privacy coin, they get banned and stuff like that. So I find it really frustrating that the distinction between a privacy coin or not is whether you have that tag in CoinMarketCap or whether you call yourself a privacy coin, and not so much on the actual fact and utility of it, right? So, I mean, our focus is privacy tag. That's what we're doing. Litecoin, I guess that's not their focus. But what's the difference about using Lelantus Spark? Obviously, there is difference in the sense of anonymity and the level of privacy, but realistically, Wimber extension blocks, why is it treated differently from a regulatory standpoint? Is that not at the protocol level? I guess, you can argue maybe it's not inbuilt, right? And I was just like curious, like, what your thoughts were on that. And I mean, I don't know if you want to get into that, but there was this huge hoo-ha about Binance delisting, and we actually did a whole lot of work to stay listed, and we got a lot of hate from some of the privacy maxis, and I don't know, that may be something interesting to talk about because I think it's an interesting approach to things. Yeah.
I don't know. Regulations are very messed up these days.
Mm-hmm.
I got my Kraken account frozen
Ah.
basically because so I used Kraken to sell some Bitcoin to buy my car in December.
Mm-hmm.
And then
All
they
right.
sent me an email and they said, we want you to send us proofs about the origins of funds and also
Mm.
payment proofs for the last 2 years to prove what kind of activity you're having to make money or whatever. So basically, we give them information about my income for the past 2 years. And I was like, fuck that.
Yeah.
I've had a bank account since I was 16 years old. So that's about 16 years by now. I've had the same bank account. And the bank never came to me and said, hey, what do you do for a living? Where does your money come from? Who's this person who sent you money? Can you please send us, I don't
Yep.
know, some sort of information about him? They don't care. So why does Kraken have to demand all of that data from me? Of course, it's the new European Union regulations or the
Yep.
FATF, which is the new travel rules.
Mm-hmm.
It's really annoying, and it makes me realize that the only way to go really is peer to peer. We
Yep.
have to build these peer to peer economies because otherwise it's never going to work. For now, in my country, there are still some non KYC ATMs, but
Mm-hmm.
with Mika, they have to do full KYC in a few months. So
Yep.
it feels a bit hopeless. I hope some people are going to wake up and realize that this doesn't really provide any protections. If anything, it puts some very sensitive data out there about yourself without
Yep.
actually, you know, is my government suspicious about me in any way?
Mm-hmm.
They can just ask me if there's anything.
Yeah.
But it's really messed up that these businesses, in order to be able to function, they have to ask all of this information.
It's a huge
They
compliance
already
cost, and
have your KYC AML data. If you
yeah.
do anything stupid, they know how to get to you. So why the hell do they have to comply with all of this?
That's the problem, right? Because a lot of this anti-money laundering, like, it's like, oh, there are guidelines, and then like, oh, when something bad happens, then the banks are responsible, and then they have to prove that they did the necessary checks. So it's a natural way for banks to, or like even exchanges to be overcautious, right? Because they don't want to be caught when something bad happens, right? And like I told you that my bank account got frozen, right? And I had to give a description of almost every single transaction since April. And some of them, like, oh gosh, I can't really remember what this was about, right? And they were like, you have to explain this, and the dig at this, I had to explain to them why I was spending so much money on Magic the Gathering cards. I was telling them, no, it's a game. I just really like the game. It's not a money laundering of, I can show you the cards that I have. It's so ridiculous that I have to expose that amount of data to a bank, right? Like, why, right? And they would over, like, really really large amounts. It's like, a couple of hundred US dollars here and there. So I know exactly what you're facing, but at the same time, it's like, I mean, there's the approach that, like, this, like, Darkfire and Monero are going, which is like, screw all regulations, we don't care, because complying regulations is totally useless, right? And they are, I I I I would say I definitely respect them for it, and I do think that there needs to be, in the privacy space, people that do that, because they needs to be that extreme, right? Because they are going to be fighting for that and creating this network, especially Monero, which has that already, kind of like some network effect, right? But for projects like ours, like, actually, if not for, I can say this, I think, with, I would say, a degree of pride, but not at the same time, so not so proud of it at the same time. If not for my work with speaking to Binance and stuff like that, all privacy coins would have been delisted from Binance, because they had certain concerns about MiCA, about certain they also was brought up by the US Department of Justice as part of their settlement, and they were about to delist all privacy coins. And one of the things is that they required, which is interesting, was that, first of all, they said that, okay, yeah, you're a privacy coin. Are you planning to remove your privacy? And I'm like, no, right? And they say, okay, noted, thanks. And I was like, oh gosh, that means we're gonna get delisted, right? Because there's nothing to talk about. And I said, like, hey, look, wait a minute, why are you asking this? Is there some regulation? I do come from a legal background. If there's certain concerns that you have, let's see how we can go about addressing it, right? And I was also kind of like nominally in touch with the Zcash guys, because I said, hey, look, if they're gonna delist us, they're gonna delist Zcash as well, right? So I reached out to them and said, like, what are your efforts there? And they said, like, oh, they're going down the view keys, like, going to give view keys to the exchange and stuff like that. Just use view keys, which I felt was kind of, first of all, I don't think it would satisfy what Binance requires, mainly because it's a lot of work to implement view keys, right? And there's a lot of computational things that you have to do as well. And I actually argue to say that, in the way that view keys are commonly implemented, which is at the wallet level, not at the address level, that will probably be even worse for privacy, because just imagine, oh yeah, give the view key. Then now the exchange has all the, like, full view of every single transaction I made with that wallet. That means now I have to have an exchange wallet, and then another wallet where I do my real transactions. And when I want to interact with the exchange, I have to go and send money into this wallet and then go into the exchange, right? Which I thought that was, first of all, really bad UX, and also worse for privacy, even though it's more palatable for those people who feel like, oh yeah, transparent addresses are bad, right? I feel that, realistically, that was bad. And it was just too much work, because Binance is not going to lose a lot of revenue for delisting privacy coins. Let's face it, right? We are such a small thing. And Monero is definitely getting delisted, right? So we worked out a way to say, and then they said they needed a way to also, like, let's say if there's a transaction that comes in that they're not comfortable with, they need to be able to refund to the same address that sent it, right? And you can't really do that with like a stealth address or a privacy coin. Like, let's say I do like a Monero send into a exchange. There's no way for the exchange to send it back to the sender with certainty, right? Yeah. So they needed a way to do that, which I guess makes sense, right? Like, if I'm not comfortable with the source of funds, I should be able to return it to where I came from. And that's why transparent address are great for that, right? Because I don't need any sort of additional information. I see it comes from this transparent address. I'm not comfortable with it. I return it back to that same transparent address, right? Great and easy. And it's already a lot of work already to do this, but it just doesn't add any sort of additional overhead. So we actually came up with this thing called exchange addresses, which basically created a new type of address, which is basically a transparent address, but it could not directly accept funds from a shielded source. So that means anything that the exchange address needs to receive has to come from a transparent address. And that actually satisfied certain things from the MiCA regulations, because it said that, oh, exchanges should not allow all these privacy coins unless they can identify the users, unless they can identify the users and its transaction history of that. And that was the exception, right? So they already, first of all, they already do KYC, so they already have identified the user. But the transaction history, if you can't do that from a shielded address unless you give the whole view key, which is, as we know, it's already difficult. So instead, if it came from a transparent address, at least they can show the regulator, yeah, it came from this transparent address. That's that transaction history. Whether that actually is a meaningful transaction history is a separate question, right? Because I mean, like, I feel like the regulations were kind of designed for like Ethereum based stuff where you have this one account which has all the transaction history and not so much on the UTXO basis. But you want to go and try and fight against the regulators and explain the difference in UTX and account and have that law change to factor that in is, like, to me, it's a too difficult, right? So we came up with this exchange address to say, like, all right, we have this exchange addresses only that accepts transparent inputs, but it doesn't actually compromise your privacy more than your existing system. Because if have a shielded fund source, I just create a new transparent address, I unshield to that has no previous transaction history, and it then goes into the exchange and it's accepted, right? And I felt that was a reasonable trade-off that satisfied the word of the law. And after all, I'm not, again, the exchange has your KYC. If there's like millions of dollars come in and they are like not comfortable with it, they can ask, where do you get this from, or return it, right? So I don't see how it's different than any bank, or like for someone depositing cash in the bank. So this is how we kind of navigated that. And when we proposed that, Binance was like, yeah, that seems to satisfy our requirements. And then they said that they told Zcash to implement it and a bunch of other privacy coins to implement something similar. So Zcash has implemented something called tax addresses, which are basically exchange addresses, but done through a different way. So I thought that was quite interesting. And obviously, some Monero people are like, well, why are you giving in to regulation and stuff like that? And I guess my argument is that, I'm trying to buy time, right? I don't know whether privacy coins would be eventually delisted from exchanges. But if this buys us a few years and this doesn't really compromise on privacy, like if you actually look at it, it doesn't really compromise, especially where we already have some sort of transparent address, then why not do it? Because I feel that if we push all privacy coins into the dark, right, to say it's not available on any centralized exchange, you got to use some DEX or stuff like that. And let's face it, the DEX infrastructure for Monero and all that is still, I would say, in its infancy, right? That would actually be a disservice to privacy, because then we get kind of sidelined into this weird little niche of very hardcore people. You don't have access to the mainstream who still use exchanges and stuff like that. And if we are no longer part of the centralized exchange system, we also lose our collective bargaining power, right? Which is already not very strong to begin with. So on the one hand, I'm saying what Monero and what the more maxi privacy are doing is not wrong. They are doing what is best for their project, but don't hate on us who are also trying to find, I would say, a decent compromise that at the end of the day is good for privacy coins. And if not for us, we would have lost one of the largest exchanges in the world, if not the largest exchanges in the world. And many other exchanges just follow what Binance does. Or this, another exchange just sees, oh yeah, Binance does it, I'm gonna do it too, right? So yeah, I mean, I think this is just something to, I just wanted something I want to talk about, because I feel that this whole kind of like maxi attitude to every single thing is not very helpful. And there's value to different approaches. And I have respect for their approach. I think our approach also has some merit as well. It doesn't mean that we are selling out on privacy. We are trying to keep privacy relevant and not push into the little corners or niche people. Yeah.
Yeah, I think all of this story just strengthens the case for decentralized exchanges and
Mm-hmm.
peer to peer marketplaces and situations where you have to deal with. I think exchanges have become gatekeepers and tyrants at this point. And I
Mm-hmm.
do understand their position. They're middlemen between governments and regulators on one hand, and on the other
Yep.
hand, the user. Most users just want a simple experience. Maybe it's better for them to just buy Bitcoin or Litecoin and then swap that into a privacy coin using other
Mm-hmm.
services. Maybe that's the way to go, and that's the way it's gonna be in the future. But unfortunately, you have these CoinMarketCap type of websites, CoinGecko and whatever. And for those services, it's important to have some volume recorded on exchanges. And that's the way in
Correct.
which they determine the price, the volume, and everything else. I'm not sure if these decentralized protocols are mature enough at this point to handle everything. I wish it was. I wish we had a completely decentralized economy. It's not there yet. It's still a bit intimidating to use.
Mm-hmm.
But hopefully in 5-10 years we're gonna have that, and we're not gonna have to beg exchanges for listing or not delisting, and we're gonna have something that's truly based on genuine demand. Because maybe you want to buy something, you're not gonna find it on exchanges. You're gonna settle for what you can find on exchanges, and that's not the way it should be. If it's a free market and it's really decentralized, you should have the option to get what you want, and
Yep.
you should have the means to get there. Right now, I think Cake Wallet is the only way for U.S. residents to get Monero, which is interesting. And the only way they can do that is to buy Bitcoin and swap that into Monero.
Yep.
It's a pretty good way. It's a costly way because you're paying a middleman to do the swap for you. And it's
Mm-hmm.
not the most private way because I think they hold some of the view keys.
And on top of that, I mean, like, Cake Wallet, the back end for all these swaps happens through, centralized swap providers who use centralized exchanges for the liquidity, right? So I always say that, oh, you guys cheering for the delisting of the centralized exchanges, they will hit a point where there'll be all these swap services, whatnot, and like, oh no, there's no liquidity to do it. I'm going to close down. And obviously, I mean, there are some interesting developments. Like, for example, the guys like Sarai, that Kayaban Luke Parker is doing, who's actually also going to be helping us do a FCMP version for Lelantus part. So we would also have full chain membership proofs. It's actually a bit simpler than it needs to be done on Monero because of the way our setup is. So the modular setup makes it really easy to do FCMPs on Spark. But back to his point, it's like, well, he's developing Sarai, which I have to remind people, and he has never said that it was a private swap. It's totally transparent. All the swaps that happen on Sarai are totally transparent. It goes into their own blockchain, which does AMMs, which are totally transparent, and you can see all the swaps. So that can still be reported to CoinGecko or CoinMarketCap, which is great, right? Then you also have the other kind of approaches, which are like atomic swap based stuff. like basic swap decks. There's also like Komodo Wallet, which has gone a really weird route, which I probably won't cover here because it's still ongoing. Um, and and there's this something, and but again, atomic swaps sound great on theory, and you hear all these Monero guys, yeah, atomic swaps, but as a user perspective, it's quite a bad experience. You have to stay online and all these things. You can't do multi-hop and all of this. It's just, and especially if I want to switch to like a stable coin or something like that, I need to have like some Ethereum or some of the base chain gas token to be even able to initiate that kind of atomic swap. So, atomic swaps don't solve everything, though we are actually looking at something that is a new type of atomic swaps that's being done by Layer Swap version 8. And they have something called pre-HTLCs, which I'm not the expert on, but it does solve it does solve the issue of multi-hops. It allows multi-hops. It also doesn't require both users to stay online. So I thought that was really interesting, and we are in talks with them to see how we could integrate something like that. Because if something like that is possible, that would be like really great for I would say atomic swap cross chain dexes, right? And I think that's really cool. But I think we also have to realize that for all the challenges that AMMs pose, one of the biggest benefit of AMMs is that it allows community people to provide liquidity pretty easily with very little kind of like, oh, I need to, like, for example, if I want to have an order book base, even I have an atomic swap, I need to have some sort of order book, and I need to have some sort of bot that is constantly posting the orders and the buy and sell orders. So I need to have, something that's on 24/7, or some VPS that is on 24/7, that is also managing all these orders and sales. And that in itself is already like, wow, is the average user going to do that? Well, with an AMM, yes, maybe not everyone does it, but it's just like, yeah, I put my liquidity there, I lock it there, and I close my day and call it a day, and I see my profit, and I manage it from time to time. So I do think there are some benefits to like the Serai AMM approach. And also I do think there's also like, really interesting stuff in atomic swap based things, which is, I guess, more private, but has some usability drawbacks. But I do hopefully stuff like layer swap kind of bridges that gap a little bit, where you can have multi-hop, you can have multiple pools of liquidity that links to each other, and you can just remain offline while all these swaps happen. And I think that would be a big game changer, because I do think that eventually all these non-KYC swap providers would eventually be regulated out of privacy coins. I mean, that's just my own take. Yeah.
Now, let me ask the lowest hanging fruit of questions.
Mm-hmm.
The price of Zcoin at the all-time high in December of 2017 was $139.77. And now
Mm-hmm.
it's 90% down. It's like
Yes.
$1.40.
Mm-hmm.
And it's even down compared to last month, like 43% and 8% compared to last year. It
Mm-hmm.
doesn't seem to be in a bull market. It's ranked
Yep.
1227th on
Mm-hmm.
CoinGecko. I'm looking at it
Yep.
now. People are going to look at this and they say, well, of course it went down against the US dollar. It went down against Bitcoin. It's a textbook
Mm-hmm.
shitcoin. This is what it
Mm-hmm.
looks like, minus 99% down. And how do
Yep.
you answer to that question? And while you think about it, let me present the last two ads for the show. I'll give you some time to think. So
Sure.
No One's is actually a peer-to-peer marketplace that lets you interact with citizens from Africa. Recently, they had an issue and they lost some Solana from their bridge, and Ray Youssef apologizes for that. He's the CEO of that business. He previously was the main man behind Paxful, and he said to me personally and also in public that he's gonna return the funds to the people, and also the advice generally, and you can't go wrong with this. When you're using exchanges, don't store your money there. Don't keep anything that you're not willing to exchange, because that's the whole point. You exchange and then you withdraw to self custody. And what they do on No One's is that they enable these peer-to-peer markets where you're selling gift cards to people in the third world, in the global south. And the concept is that everyone gets a cut in this, and it's built in a way that incentivizes people to participate and provide liquidity and help these markets get access to what they want. So check out nuance.com if you're interested in this. And there is also hodling.ch, which is a business from Switzerland that's going to help people with self custody. If you don't know how to take care of your Bitcoin because you have a lot of it, or you're part of a company that's going to buy Bitcoin in the future, and you don't know how to set up the key management and everything, you can go to these guys. They're based in Switzerland. You benefit from some privacy because they're based in Switzerland, so they don't have to reveal everything about it. And they're gonna tell you if you need hardware wallets, if you should set up multi-sigs, how you should handle your keys, and all of this advice that is useful, especially to companies that want to start buying Bitcoin. Because you don't want the keys to be in the hands of one CEO or someone who can make mistakes, but you don't want everyone to have a key to the point where the threshold cannot be reached and it takes too much of an argument to spend even a small amount. And if you don't want to hold your keys outside your house, I've actually done an interview with them. Check it out. It's part of season 15, which is the previous one. I think it was posted in November. Look for it, listen to it. You get some free advice in there. So thank you for sitting for the ads. Now let's get to the difficult situation, at least from a price point of view, in which Firo finds itself. It used to be at 100. How much was it? $139.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's $1.46.
Yep. All right. So, I mean, that to me, that one time was a one-off thing, and that was a, a interesting narrative that had nothing to do with privacy. It was when we were implement the masternode systems, and back then, masternodes were really hot, and there was all that hype. There was this. I think 2017 was like the masternode era where every coin was launching with a masternode, right? So when we were implementing masternodes, there was this huge surge in price, and obviously, there was a lot less emission in the hands of people, so it was also a lot easier to push up, right? And actually, since then, we had a lot of challenges. We had one of our seed investors who actually wanted to kind of take control of the project, and the community fought back. And at that point, he and his friends had amassed, not through any sort of like, he had bought from the market. It's not like he had some allocation from us, but most of the supply that he got was bought from the market. And when he failed in his kind of takeover attempt, because he was saying like, I want the master nodes to be only in the hands of the whales. I want it to be 5 times the price, or 10 times the price of today, so that only the whales are in control of the supply. Because only if that's the case, then the price can move. I mean, in a way, he's correct. Many of the current coins that are doing well now have heavily centralized token issuance, and when they are in the hands of a few like large whales, they are then confident to push it up or down because they know there's not many other people to dump with them, right? But although that would have been great for us, I think the community and me just found it that it was not in line with our goals and principles. And I guess after when that happened, there was a 2-year period where he was just constantly dumping our coins at very strategic moments as a way to say fuck you to us. Basically, like, oh, you don't want to listen to me, I'm gonna make you pay, even though he's gonna lose money doing it. So he did that for an entire 2 years. So even when we rebranded from Zcoin to Firo, he dumped on us. When we released our new privacy protocol, he dumped on us. So it was a very painful thing, right? Now, despite that, we have been constantly putting out like really good technical developments, right? And even as the price, fluctuates up and down, we are seeing increased volumes. So, we recently got like a new perpetual and maxi. We are seeing our masternode numbers increase despite the price discrete. And usually, like the masternode holders are like your long-term holders because they're really willing to, host a masternode and do all of this. So I think all of those are like good stuff. But I mean, like, I don't control the price. It's the market that controls the price. We don't have any sort of large supply that the core team doesn't have any large supply that we can dump. We only get 16,000 Firo a month, and you calculate it's really not a lot. And we are really dependent at the moment on very generous donators. So if people are willing to donate, couple of $100,000 to us and believe in our mission, we have all these really exciting new developments that make Firo more private and more easy to use. I don't pretend to know, what's the price effect on all of this. But to me, it's like, yeah, I'm still sticking to my goal. I've been here for 9 years. A lot of people call me a scammer, and I'm like, I must be a really bad scammer. It takes me 9 years and I'm still here, right?
And you're still not
So
rich, right?
yeah, I'm still not rich. My car is like more than 10 years old. I haven't gotten a Bitcoin break like you and gotten a fancy new car. I think it's worth like I recently I think they told me that my car's only worth $2,500 or less. I was like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna ride it until until it's dead. But I guess it's like, to me, yes, price is important, and of course it's important, but that's not my primary goal, right? And if it was my primary goal, then I'm like, well, I'm doing a really bad job, I guess. But I know I have stuck to my principles, even when it was easy to give in. I have continued to develop in really, really harsh conditions, even when, there were years where I did not even receive any pay for 2 years, right? So when people say that we are a scammer and stuff like that, and I'm like, come on, what are you guys talking about? Just because we have some allocation to keep our research going and all of that, and now we are still, we are now primarily relying on donations. How is this a scam, right? And we are putting out some of the, for such a small project, we have influenced big projects like Monero, like Beam, and all this thing with, much greater resources than us. And I feel that we are tremendously undervalued for what we are doing. And you take a look at Zano, right? They were like floundering for so many years, and it just took that, like, huge realization, and everything just started pumping, and they went, now into, I guess, into the 100 million to 200 million market cap, and now everyone's like, oh yeah, it's amazing, it's great, and stuff like that, right? I don't know if that will happen. Hopefully it will one day. But hey, look, if you believe in Zeno, if you think it is, we are doing a lot of similar things in a unique way, and we have, I would say, one of the best teams that are doing this, and we have shown that we have persevered, rain or shine, right? And if you want to support like a project like us, then yeah. But I'm not telling anyone I'm not shilling and telling anyone to buy or anything. That's your decision. But I don't care if people think, say, yeah, people say you're a shitcoin and whatnot. To me, yeah, Trump is a shitcoin, like Melania is a shitcoin, right? What's the benefit that it has given to society? At least I can say I've run elections in Thailand, real elections. I've developed important privacy protocols. I've developed like, election protocols. And today, it's being used by marginalized people in countries that don't have access to other stuff. And I would say that's a win. And I would say that means, we are tremendously undervalued for the value proposition that we produce. And I guess that's all I would say on that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the ultimate test for any altcoin out there is to survive through at least two bear markets and still have people working on it. It's
Yep.
so easy to get excited about something else that's out there. New technology,
Mm-hmm.
new brand, new name, new hype train. Right now I think AI tokens, AI meme coins, or whatever, they
Yep.
seem to get a lot of attention.
Mhm.
But I do have some respect for people who keep building even when the project is obviously not in large demand on the market. It means that
Yeah.
there's something out there. There's some technological breakthrough that is just waiting to find its moment. It's unfortunate
In
that we
a
have these hype cycles, right? We had the
yeah.
ICOs in 2017, and before that, we had what did we have? We had a bunch of altcoins that were trying to improve Bitcoin and say we have faster blocks, we have bigger blocks, we have
Mhm.
Tor, and
Yep.
that used to be considered privacy. And then we had the ICO cycle, and then we had the DeFi moment and the NFT mania, and now we have the meme
Yep.
coin situation. Of course, it's easy to make those. I mean, at least in the case of ICOs, you actually needed a programmer to be able to write the smart contract and do the token allocation and stuff. Now, it's so dumb. You can just deploy the token on pump.fun or what's it called?
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Pump.fun. That's right.
And you just put it out there and there's a dex where people can buy it and you don't need to know anything about how
Yeah.
anything works. And on one hand it's nice because the technology was commodified. On the other hand, it
Mhm.
doesn't really build anything interesting.
Well, I would say Pump.fun is interesting in the sense, like, socially and the way that it has created such an ecosystem around it. And I guess it kind of solidified that, oh yeah, it's a crypto is a shitcoin casino, right? But I mean, I guess I'm one of the old school people that still believe that, yeah, cryptocurrencies was this supposed to be this alternative financial system. And one of the things I say, that especially with privacy coins, we're building for a future that we don't want to see, which is a bit, unlike like AI coins and all this, like we have this bright future. Privacy coins are building something that, we don't want the surveillance economy. And the reason why we are building is so that we maintain some degree of privacy and freedom. And and I feel that as the world gets more totalitarian, as the world starts moving away from cash and all these banks start going, more, even like, now with exchanges, they're going much more crazy with Mica coming into play. You might say that, well, then the time for privacy coins is more important than ever, right? So that's how I feel about things, right? And I see this as, I don't see myself as an anarchist or anything like that. I just see myself that there needs to be checks and balances against the financial system, against governments, because if there's no check and balance, we're just going to get run over, as we have seen many times over the years. And you know we might think that, oh yeah, we're losing the war, but there still needs to be someone fighting. And that's what we are doing, really. I mean, like, all the people who are genuinely building privacy tech, I think, we are the kind of like, I guess, like a bit of an unsung hero. And I just hope people recognize that. And once that time comes, uh, you know, hopefully we and Firo, gets the time in the summer. And I'm very happy to see Zeno's success. I remember talking to them before they were big and they were struggling and everything. And then they had like an amazing year, and they just kept to their guns, right? So I hopefully will have that day, but we have all, I guess, a very similar kind of DNA and goals and stuff like that. But at the same time, even if it doesn't happen, we'll still be here as long as we can. Yeah. But I think it says a lot that people are willing to give us, like, a couple of $100,000 to build this stuff with no like token allocations or anything like that. And it's just like, go and do it. I believe what you're doing, and that's really comforting to me. And if that continues to happen, then we will continue building. We'll be here for as long as we can. And I think we've been around for, I would say, 9 years is an eternity in crypto times. Yeah.
Yeah, by this point, most people just abandon the project and start something
Yes.
new with
Yeah.
entirely new primitives and new technology.
Yeah, I
It's
got
interesting what you
really
said, that basically privacy is a hedge. It's something that
yes.
you build for something that you don't want to happen. And when you think about it, I think one moment when privacy was really needed was during the Canadian trucker protests.
Yes.
That was a big moment in January of 2022, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm,
It was
mm-hmm. Yeah.
very, very important. And it was a big failure for Bitcoin because people
Yep.
were distributing wallets and private keys for people to
Mm-hmm.
claim that and make payments. And those
Mm-hmm.
payments were tracked, and the people
Yep.
associated with the movement, they were
Frozen.
investigated.
Yep.
Some of them were prosecuted. It was not a nice situation at all. And it
Yeah.
was just further proof that this technology, even if it's nice and it's, as we say, permissionless, because you can send money to anyone around the world without asking for a bank's permission or a government's
Yep.
permission. Yes, that's nice, but just because the transaction cannot be stopped, it doesn't mean that you cannot be stopped in meat space. The
Yeah. I mean, a
cyberspace
lot.
transaction is gonna go through, but what happens to you after you send it?
I think one of the biggest wake up calls from that Canada trucker thing was a lot of, especially people in first world countries, were thinking like, oh yeah, I'm not in Iran, I'm not in Syria, I'm not in Venezuela, I'm not in these issues. Like privacy is not a problem because we have good governments. And I feel that what's been happening in the UK, in the Canada, and in many, even in the US, in many cases, has kind of gone to show that, well, even if you're in a first world country, you can get cut off from the financial system in a heartbeat, right? I mean, everyone's talking about, oh, China is a totalitarian communist country and the people have no freedom. And I'm like, yeah, if you go on the wrong side of stuff in the US, it's the same thing, right? Like look at what's happening to Roman Storm and Peter what's forgot his forgot his in the guys from Tornado Cash, the Samurai Wallet people, right? And I mean, I guess like even things like Roger Ver, I mean that may be a bit more nuanced and controversial, but at the same time we have seen how first world countries can crack down on narratives that they don't like. Crypto had was also almost like really really hurt in the last administration, right? And we'll see about this one is a bit, I guess, different. I still not sure whether it's a good thing yet. But yeah, yeah, not much to say more than like this is it's I think being in the privacy space is one of those things. It's like, hey, we are literally, by developing it, we are risking ourselves with potential jail time, right? And it's a constant worry for me, like, but it's something that I still keep at, right? Like, I'm not doing anything illegal, but what is illegal seems to change very quickly as well. So yeah.
You touched on some very important points there. And I want
Mm.
to bring this conversation back to the technology, right? Because there's this meme that I'm in this for the technology.
The gold chain guy, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
But not too many people actually understand how any of this works. I'm
Mhm.
one of them. I don't like to pretend that I understand too much. It's just that I'm curious about stuff and I'm trying to understand with every episode. There's
Sure.
this protocol that's being used in Firo, and it's called
Mhm.
Dandelion Plus Plus. The
Right.
purpose
Yep.
of it is to dissociate the nodes from the IP address. So you cannot actually link a specific node on the network with the corresponding IP address.
It's more accurate to say that it prevents the correlation of a transaction to a particular IP address, not a node. The nodes are still, you can see the nodes are nodes, but so Dandelion Plus Plus is not a Firo innovation. I
It
mean,
was proposed for
obviously,
Bitcoin.
yes, it was proposed for
That's
Bitcoin.
what makes me angry about it, that we can't even have this. It's not even a soft fork requirement. You just
Correct.
put that in the client.
So the idea of Dandelion is that with with Bitcoin's gossip protocol. So what the gossip protocol is that when Bitcoin nodes receive a transaction, they see the transaction and then they immediately broadcast it to all the nodes that is connecting to, like I think it's 8 nodes or something like that. I forgot the exact number, right? So if you are someone that can monitor the network, especially if you're like a nation state or an ISP and stuff like that, and you are monitoring the network or you're controlling a lot of the nodes, with this gossip protocol, you can, with a high degree of certainty, and there's a whole paper on this. I think it's almost like 50% or even less than that certainty of saying that I can take a look at the transaction and see the way it has propagated through the network and make a reasonable guess as to the node that started that transaction. And that's really important because that means that, let's say if I'm running a full chain wallet or not a full chain wallet, like I can tie an IP address to a particular transaction. So even if you have all these on-chain protections of sender, receiver, and amount, if I attach an IP address to it and that somehow linked to you in some way, a lot of that privacy goes away, right? And so basically, the way this attack works is basically monitoring the network and seeing how the transaction travels through the network and is broadcast. And it's kind of like, the way that I like to explain it is that when I drop a stone into the water and I see the ripples, just even though I'm out there and I look at the ripples, I can have a guess as to where that stone was dropped in just from the ripples, right? Because I know that that thing started it. And that's the similar kind of that's a way to kind of to visualize how this attack happens on Bitcoin. Dandelion introduces this kind of interesting thing to say that when you first broadcast a transaction, you actually roll a kind of like a random dice. And there is a 90% chance that I will only broadcast it to one other node, right? So that means instead of broadcasting to all other nodes, I'm broadcasting to one other node. So right now, only 2 nodes see it. Then that second node says, oh, I received this transaction. I'm going to roll a dice now. And if it's like 9, then I'm just going to broadcast it to one other node again. Eventually it will hit that 10% chance that you will broadcast to every other node that's connected, but now you're not sure as to which was the originating node for that transaction, because it might have gone through several hops before it was broadcasted, and then you can start seeing the ripples. Another thing about the Dandelion protocol is that once the node sees another node doing a broadcast, like, oh, it's now telling everybody, all the other nodes that may have participated in that sort of stealth one node also start broadcasting to all other nodes. So it's just like, you see this thing going 1, 1, 1, and then suddenly there's a burst there, and then everyone starts bursting and broadcasting that transaction everywhere else. So that's why it's called Dandelion, because there's like the stem phase where it is going from 1 to 1 to 1, and then it goes into the fluff phase where it's just like spreading out, and then it looks like it's exploding. It looks like the transaction is coming from several nodes all around, right? So I would say this adds a little bit of latency towards a transaction. Of course, with Bitcoin, like with a 10-minute block time, it hardly makes a difference. But like for us, I think it adds maybe like 20-30 seconds of delay, but it gives that much greater sort of network privacy, that you cannot tie a particular transaction to an IP address for not a lot of costs, just a little bit of latency, and there's no need to rely on something like Tor or some other network and things like that. And you can still use Tor with it. You can still turn on Tor and still have Dandelion on top of it. So I really think it's a great proposal. Obviously, it may not stand up to nation states who may be able to see everything, right? They are, like if you are a nation state, Dandelion may not have a great, it's not for that level of threat level, but it provides a very good base level of privacy for very, very little cost. I guess it's similar to like Mimblewimble, right? It provides a very, very good base level of privacy for not a lot of costs, but against a very targeted and sophisticated attacker, it may not hold up. Obviously, we are looking into other stuff like mixed nets, stuff such as developed by NIM and all this type of things, which which actually, like in this default configuration, doesn't add that much privacy, because the more privacy you want, the more delays you have to add, the more holding and all of this, because mixed nets, you need to add certain delays to prevent timing analysis. So I do think that Dandelion, even though it may be seen as not the best privacy thing, it's pretty good for network privacy, and you can always layer up. You can always use a mixed net on top of it. You always can use a VPN or a Tor on top of it. And I hope that's a decent explanation of Dandelion and its pros and cons. Yeah.
Yeah, it's another one of those proposals alongside Zero Coin and Zero Cash and ring signatures. They were also proposed for Bitcoin initially.
Yep.
But for this one, I just don't see the justification because it doesn't require consensus. It just requires core developers putting this into the client.
Yes, that's right. Oh, the thing is that it does. If not a lot of people use Dandelion, it does affect its privacy quite a bit. Like, for example, if only like 20% of nodes or 30% of nodes use it, because you want to be able to bounce it as many as possible. And for Firo, I mean, we have that option for people who want to turn it off, but because we keep it on by default, most of our nodes are running Dandelion plus plus and propagating transactions in that way. So yeah. Mm.
Yeah, it does have its limitations, but once again, it's better than what we
Yep.
currently have, which is nothing. You can
Correct.
run Tor, you can run a mixnet on top of it, but it's up to the user to activate this.
Mhm.
I wish there was something much better at the protocol level. And
Yeah, I mean, I think it's mostly if you want to do that, you start going into like mixnet because at the protocol layer, because it's the networking layer, right, which is a bit separate than the blockchain and stuff like that. It's at the networking layer, so it has to be something like mixnets or Dandelion or stuff like that. Yeah.
I also want to ask you because you got this question in the chat from
Hmm.
Cameron Ruggles, and
Oh yes. Okay.
he wants to know your opinion
Yeah.
on
ZK
Starks,
stocks.
ZK Starks, yeah.
Mm.
Because ZK
ZK.
Snarks, they
Mhm.
were developed for Zcash. I'm not sure if Zcoin also had them.
No. Yeah.
And they required this trusted setup,
Hmm.
this ceremony that I
Yep.
actually have Peter Todd's laptop that was used during the
That's right.
original Zcash ceremony. I think
Nice.
it's a
Yeah.
pretty cool artifact.
Nice. So first of all, Lelantus Spark doesn't have trusted setup. We specifically design all these things without trusted setup. Obviously, Halo 2 doesn't have a trusted setup, so Zcash doesn't have a trusted setup now. But my opinion on ZK stock. So this is something actually we've done some research on. Aram has actually also done research on ZK stocks as well. And when we looked at it, it was, it had some really interesting properties, being that it was high performance. It had like like, because it's based on hashes, it had like quantum resistance, but the transaction sizes were really, really large. Like, you were talking, when they were first looking at it, it was something like 200 kilobytes or something like that. And then they brought it down to like 25 kilobytes or something like that. So I think even with the most efficient, it's still, a magnitude or two larger than even our existing transactions. So it is definitely interesting, but at the moment, I just feel that, yeah, it may be something that we look at in the future, but I think there's a reason why it hasn't really been used in any sort of privacy protocol, because of its very, very large proof sizes. So yeah, I think that's my opinion on it. And again, I'm not a cryptographer. I rely on my cryptographers' feedback and people talking about it. But the last time that we look at ZK stocks, even though we are still kind of we have it on a periphery and have looked at it several times since then. The way that you construct those circuits and the the proof sizes were just too prohibitive to make it feasible. Yeah.
There's also someone named Chaisi, I think, Chaisi in the chat,
Okay. Mm-hmm.
and he has a question. It's, did you work at Bitrex?
No, I did not work with. I did not work at Bitrex. We had Zcoin's first listing was on Bittrex, and that was done. That was done even before I joined the project, and I think like there was Richie and somebody inside, but no, I have no connection to Bittrex whatsoever. Even though it was a exchange that I used and it was Zcoin's first listing, but no, I did not work at Bittrex. Yeah.
Maybe you remind him of someone.
Because I think there is a Chinese guy in Bittrex. We all look the same, maybe.
I don't know. By the way, you're wearing a red shirt, and I made my
Hmm.
background red because it's the Chinese
Yes,
New Year, and this
that's
is
right.
supposed to bring us good luck.
Hopefully, it's the year of the snake.
What does that mean? Should I buy a
Because we have
snake
like
meme coin?
maybe, but I mean, I'm not very into like Chinese astrology, but I mean, like the snake has certain meaning. I'm not exactly sure on that, but yeah, it's the year of the snake. I'm actually born in the year of the dog, so I don't know what does that mean. But there are certain traits which I'm not too familiar with and probably would swat up after this call.
Also, the logo Firo is red, so
Yes, that's right.
maybe there's
Do you
something
know
to
that
it.
I was meaning to tell you that in China, red like when the price goes up, they actually red is so significant to them that red is when the bar goes up, and green is when the thing goes down. So it's inverted for Chinese markets. Yeah.
So the Chinese should love Firo because it's red all the time.
Well, the
I'm
Chinese
joking.
investor that dumped on us was Chinese. So yeah, he was the one that wanted to centralize holdings into a bunch of wells. So
But
yeah.
that's such a recurring theme. I heard some stories from the Ethereum Classic guys, and they were
Hmm.
telling me that they got basically not scammed, but sort of pulled back a few years by Charles Hoskinson, who
Hmm.
wanted. So he was going to provide some development for the protocol, which is nice. He was gonna bring
Right.
a team of his own from IOHK,
Yep.
and he was demanding for a part of the block reward to go to his team. So basically, to
Wow.
have like a dev allocation.
Hmm.
And that community, they're the ones that rejected the DAO. And they didn't want to hard fork to basically bail out the investors. So they,
Yeah.
they are based on this idea of code is law. And they
Hmm.
wanted to have everything fair. They also capped the supply, and they took a more Bitcoin like approach. And for someone to come in and say, we should get this percentage of the block reward
Hmm.
for all
Yep.
eternity, and it was hard even to quantify the amount of value that this team is going to bring into the
Hmm.
project. They're
Hmm.
gonna say, yeah, we're going to maintain it, we're gonna add these features and blah blah blah, but is that really going to help the project at all, or is it going to make people who already support it go away? And it was
Yep.
also a case, I think it was ETC Dev, that was the team that
Hmm.
was working on it, and it got
Okay.
displaced by another one that was called ETC Labs, and I think it was also Chinese. They
Mm.
basically tried to take over the GitHub repo and replace the maintainers and stuff like this. This space is very hostile, and it's like open warfare all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if this is a thing that's particular to the Chinese. I mean, like.
I didn't
Uh,
mean to generalize about the Chinese.
mhm.
I'm just saying that this sort of takeovers and attempts to
Yes,
control the projects are happening all across the board. It might be
that's right.
decentralized, but there are actors out there that are trying to gain control.
But that's good, right? Like if we survive, I mean, of course we're gonna have some battle scars for it. It kind of shows. I think every sort of challenge that you face, reinforces this resilience, right? Like any sort of things, because you don't really know how strong your thing is until you're under attack. And we've been under attack from, we've been 51% attacked. We've had like investor attacks. We had cryptographic attacks, and yeah, I mean, of course, yeah, we've suffered, of course, but we're still here. We're still running. We haven't given up, and I think that should say a lot about the kind of people that we are, I guess. Yeah. Even the community, not just the core team. There's like there are people that have been holding since, $150, right? And they're still active in the community. And these are like the people I'm like, wow, thanks so much. Like they are like, the people that I get up to my day for. And I'm like, there are times that I've received very, very lucrative offers to say, if you join our team, you give you a really fancy pay, a nice job, travel here and there and whatnot. And I'm thinking of like, as someone that has led this project, although even though like, eventually I don't want to, I want to leave this let my dream is that this thing be community run, and it doesn't need to be a project steward or a very like centralized core team. I still would still consider it my baby, right? And it's something that I despite the price, it's something I'm extremely proud of, and no one can kind of change my mind on that. Besides the mishaps and all the mistakes that I've done, I think we've grown so much, and it's not an experience that I would ever regret. Yeah, despite may not be being the most profitable event expenditure for me, I don't think I would have had it any other way. Yeah.
I gotta ask you this because Amir, at one point, while
Hmm.
explaining how DarkFi is going to work, he said
Yep.
he's open to the idea of having DarkFi turn into a ZK rollup on Bitcoin. And I was
Mm-hmm.
wondering, do you see Firo becoming something like this at any time in the future, or some people taking the code and turning it into a rollup for Bitcoin?
I wouldn't be against that. I would actually be supportive of something like that, provided that is run by a good team, that has the right intentions in place. I think one of the things, although it's not the most bullish thing to say, but this was like at the depths of despair. When I was like really questioning myself, like why am I doing this, right? It's been some days have been really tough, and I said that even if Firo dies, I don't think it'll die, but even if Firo dies, our work, our privacy protocols, I think will live on. And if it has lives on in some way, if it's influenced Monero, there was this point that maybe Monero would even use our privacy protocol, then I would consider that a success, right? And that means I've made, or not me, but my team has like made, our project has made an impact that has given some good to the world, and that's how I see it, right? So I'm not against that. There was actually some people that were proposing that we built a Lelantus layer 2 and stuff like that, and it's something that we did consider, but it would require such a change in team and new sources of funding, a new raise, that would mean that effectively like we would have to abandon Firo, right? Unless we like, oh yeah, there's some token allocation and all of that, and that's not really something I want to do, which is why I decided, well, let's go down this tokenization path. We have like partnerships with confidentially. We're looking at other protocols where you can bridge other tokens from other chains into Firo and have them represented as a Spark asset. So I guess it's like wrap Bitcoin but on Firo, but you get all the privacy features, right? And I would say that to me that would be a great use case, for the project, and I really hope to see that future happen in the next couple of years. Yeah.
I think Firo, I've seen this somewhere that you're working with the guys from what's it called, Privacy Layer,
Confidential layer. That's right.
Confidential Layer,
Hmm.
and you
Yeah.
are the first coin that they supported.
Zeno is the first coin that's supported, and Firo is the second coin that they announced support for. Yeah.
So what is confidential layer and why is that required?
So because we don't have any sort of like smart contract, advanced smart contract capabilities, there's this need to, there isn't a way for, like, not like in Cosmos ecosystems where you can like bridge tokens and have this cross-chain communication very easily. It's not something that we're totally closed off to. Uh but with layer twos, you can easily bridge one asset to another. But for bridging from a like Ethereum smart contract chain or Solana chain into like a UTXO chain like Spark is kind of non-trivial, right? And Confidential Layer is offering this layer. They have their own blockchain, but it does all this bridging where it can get coins into its blockchain and it is in some sort of like decentralized custody, like it's held by a number of nodes, right? And then it would actually then mint an asset on the Spark layer, right? So that means they act kind of like a bridge and communication layer where you can put assets into their blockchain that is secured by their network and their validators, and then that will be minted into the Spark asset layer, and you can then reverse it back out. So that means, yeah, you can get Bitcoin, you can get all these other chains and EVM chains like USDT, USDC, right into Spark and have it like transacted here and there in a private way. But if you ever want to redeem it, uh, uh, if you ever want to redeem it, you can always do that and reverse it. Yeah, does
There's
that make
also
sense?
someone in the chat named
Mm-hmm.
Nathan, and he's a
All
big
right.
fan of yours. He said, I own
Ah, North
almost,
Scott, right?
yeah, I only see Nathan in this chat, but he says, I own almost 50 master nodes across the world and get enough Firo for another node almost every few weeks.
Wow. Okay,
We
that's nice.
eat the cost because we believe in the mission. I hope at some point that my income from them can pay for development. It's the dream, the perfect feedback loop. And he also said, heading out for the night. Great chat. Thanks for hosting, Vlad. Good night. This
Great.
was 9 minutes ago. I hope that,
Mm.
no, I guess he hasn't heard this, but maybe if he listens later, he's gonna discover that he got a shout out.
Yeah. I think also one of the things that we just posted like just a couple of hours ago was that we're releasing something called Spark Names, which I don't know. I guess you're familiar with Ethereum name service and Zeno aliases, right? And we were thinking of ways to like obviously a block reward for the development team is not sustainable in the long term, right? Even with a tail emission or whatnot. And we were thinking of ways for Firo to kind of self-sustain itself, once it has tail emission or some sort of development, right? And Spark Names, I guess, is our first kind of experiment in that regard, where you can register aliases and or even like you can attach certain sort of metadata to it to serve as like some sort of digital identity. And I guess the good thing is that because it's always tied to a Spark address, which is a stealth address, you're not, unlike in Ethereum name service, no one can take that alias or take that address and look up your entire transaction history. It's registered directly on the blockchain. There is a registration fee. And currently, that registration fee, and there's also a renewal fee. It's not like you buy one and then it's there for perpetuity, which I think is really bad for squatting. There's always going to be ongoing costs. Obviously, if you want to say, I want to register 100 years upfront and pay upfront, great, you can do that. But otherwise, you have to keep paying year by year by year. That will create, I would say, like a continuing source of revenue and income that can be channeled to the master nodes, the miners, or even a development fund or a community fund. And I think that was one of those things that we're thinking about. Like, here, one of the steps that we're moving towards, I guess, the project kind of funding itself rather than just using a block reward. Yeah.
So let's think about the future of Firo. Where do you see
Mm-hmm.
this project going in, let's say, 5 to 10 years? Do you think you're gonna materialize this vision of tokenizing Bitcoin or Ethereum or other assets, or maybe Tether, who knows? Or do you think
Hmm.
it's going to take another path and it's gonna serve the ecosystem in some other way?
I honestly, the way I do see it is I do think we will get there, not even in 5 years. I do think, in the next 2 years, we would already see all this because all the building blocks are there, right? And I'm pretty sure we can do, I never want to build my own stable coin because it's just too much work and too much regulatory risk. It's easier to bridge other assets inside, right? I don't pretend to know whether privacy would be a huge thing in 5 years. I mean, I guess even though I'm all for it, I'm also like realistic that it may take longer for privacy to take off. But I do think that all the building blocks, all the tech, all the use cases will be there. It's just a matter whether there will be a product market fit when that time comes. So all that tech will be there and ready. I would say it would take another 1 to 2 years for all of these things to come up. But I think by that time, even if like we don't have received any more funding, Firo will be in a very good state. We probably would have full chain membership proofs. That means like we have, you know, global anonymity sets in the billions or so. We would have all sorts of tokens that are sharing in this anonymity set and all this bridging stuff. I would say the only I would say question mark would be, I guess, the sustainability of the tail emission, which we are looking into, and the other thing, which is whether there are better bridging protocols besides confidential layer, which doesn't rely on validators holding this. It's not like actually I guess it's custody, right, of bridged assets, because I guess people are always a bit worried that, oh yeah, if there's only a small set of validators, then a regulator can come and like seize and like go and find all these validators and seize the funds and force them to unlock something, right? Obviously we haven't seen that yet in any sort of chain yet, unless it was like super centralized. But I would like to see like better developments in that path, and maybe it may not be confidential layer, right? It may be some sort of communication layer with other chains. That is, I would say, an open question. And I guess the only other really big threat to me is in terms of tech is the quantum computing, if and when it comes. So that's I guess one of our big approaches. But I do hope to see, and this is something that I do see for the future in the next 2 or 3 years, we are seeing Firo moving just past just being a privacy coin that's used in niche. So, I mean, I use Firo a lot for my travels and stuff like that. There's a lot of nice integrations there, but it'll be nice to see like a vibrant token ecosystem for whatever. And look, if meme coins are what people want, and they want privacy meme coins, that's great. I actually, there was an April Fool's joke that we actually rebranded to SHHH Shiba, like Shiba. I thought that was, you know, sometimes I feel like that was a missed opportunity. Maybe I should have rebranded from Zcoin to Shiba, and that might have done better. But yeah, that's how I see things. I am pretty clear of what I need to do for the next couple of years. But the space changes so fast that we have to be nimble and not just like commit to one path. The goal is always unchanging, but the way to get there is changing, I guess. Yeah.
I definitely think there's something there because last year there was a meme coin called Dog with Hat that was super popular. And there were a bunch
Yep.
of these animal coins that for some reason were super successful on the markets.
Mhm.
And I
Yep.
I, I think I tweeted this. You can look it up, I think, that I said I think Litecoin would be much more successful. It was rebranded as Dogecoin Dad or something. And Monero could be private Doge. And
Mm. Mm.
magically, there would be much more interest in this just because it's related to this Doge meme, which is so big right now. There's a department of the United States that is called Doge.
I know. It's Yeah, sometimes when they say it's a simulation, I'm like, oh my gosh. Sometimes I feel like Elon does things to just like create chaos and ridiculousness, like just because he finds it funny, right?
I think it was the same when he accepted Bitcoin in 2021. He was
Yep.
very much aware of the criticism surrounding it. And then he pulled out this card from his hat and he said, mining is not green enough.
Yeah.
And then it was so embarrassing to watch people trying to please him, saying, "Oh, what can we do? Can you provide some guidance?" And then you had Michael Saylor set up the North
Oh
American Mining
gosh.
Council, and then
Yep.
they got together and they said that, look, we need to do this and we need to do that to make it more green and blah blah blah. And they had a call with Elon Musk and they settled. I'm not sure if you can see this right now, but part of the show's graphics, and I'm gonna have to move some stuff around for it to be visible, is Elon Musk and Michael Saylor, and there's also Donald Trump here, and they're just watching. And we're there on stage playing our guitars and being rock stars, and they're just watching there awkwardly. That's all they can do because we're the builders, we're the main characters of the story. They're just passengers. They're just here to observe. They don't have any influence. We should not look at them like they're gods
Yep.
or something.
I
They're
know it's so horrible. Everyone's like, oh, Elon. Just imagine Elon tweets us, Elon this, Elon that, like come rocket that. And I'm like these people did not have any, you know, even Sailor was anti-Bitcoin, and I feel like Sailor is going to be one of the biggest threats to Bitcoin. Like, the way that he's using his company as leverage to just keep on buying Bitcoin without reason or rhyme, right? I mean,
I think that's gonna
just
be the
seems
next
crazy.
FTX.
Yeah,
He's over
and
leveraged.
and I think the worst thing is that he doesn't represent any of the values of Bitcoin. He's like, oh yeah, I'm all for custody, I'm all for anti-privacy, anti all of this, and yet, people care what he says, right? And that's just kind of unfortunate that this is kind of what we have devolved into.
I can go on a rant for like 1 hour about this, but when he says digital gold, it's not what people think it is.
Yeah.
When Satoshi said it's like gold mining, what he was referring to is that you can use your computer to mine.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. That's
it's
right.
like discovering a block and then you get the reward, which is like gold. This is what digital gold used to be like because you mine it, right? There is a process which is energy intensive that generates
That's right.
blocks and you get a reward. But then it became difficult for people to mine. And for
Yeah.
some reason, the narrative was moved to have basically the disadvantages of gold as money as features of Bitcoin. So
Yeah.
it's expensive to transact, and therefore you're going to have custodians,
Yeah.
and you're going to have banks, and you're going to have no privacy. Because when you move gold around in large amounts, of course, it's very obvious, it's physical.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Like,
what
yeah,
Michael
Venezuela
Saylor
can't
is
even
pushing,
access can't even access their own gold reserves because UK say no, you're a dictator, you don't deserve your country's gold. I'm like, what the heck, right?
yeah, that's really messed up. But what I'm trying to say is that what Michael Saylor is pushing is these values that put his company in a position where it's one of the largest custodians and one of the largest banks. And people
Yeah.
invest into that. They buy
Yeah.
MSTR thinking that they're also entitled to a chunk of the company's Bitcoin. I
Yeah.
think he was trying to be a Bitcoin ETF before the ETFs got approved.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And right
Yeah.
now he's just like in the middle ground between just a stock and being an ETF. He's over leveraged. He's playing a game that's very dangerous because at
Yeah.
one point he's gonna run out of money to borrow or he's gonna run out of investors and he's
Yeah.
gonna have to pay back that debt somehow. He's either
He has
gonna
to
sell
sell.
Bitcoin or he's gonna sell stock. Either way, it's bad.
I don't know what's gonna happen. That to me it worries me because even though that has nothing to do with Firo, it would affect all of us. Like it's so ridiculous that this one guy has so much leverage over Bitcoin, right? And I feel like that's a huge failure point.
And there's more to it. There's allegedly that situation where he blocked an ETF from giving money to Bitcoin Core developers. And that was an allegation started by Matt Odell. I don't have any primary sources for this, but
Oh,
it's really messed up if it happened. It goes all the way back, and we spoke about this like 3 hours ago when we were getting ready
hmm,
for this call with John Dillon on the
yeah,
Bitcoin Talk forums when he
mm-hmm,
became the largest donor to the CoinJoin fund, to the
yeah,
point where Greg Maxwell at first he said this is gonna be like a council of free people deciding who gets the bounty, right?
yeah,
You have these three technocrats. You have Greg Maxwell, you have Peter Welle, and the third one is Tamos.
mm,
These
okay,
three guys are gonna decide who's gonna get the bounty for building a CoinJoin wallet. But then you have this guy who shows up and he donates like 10 Bitcoin or whatever. And
mm-hmm,
then he says, I should also be consulted because I put some money.
yeah,
So, because I put money into this bounty, I should also be able to say, no, you should not give money to Amir Taki's dark wallet.
yeah,
I
yeah,
think based on, so I really recommend you, it's going to take you a couple of hours to go through these emails. They're published online. You can find them. The John Dillon exchange with Peter Todd. And
yeah. I did browse through it, but yeah, I should dive into it more.
it reveals some. I wrote a Twitter thread about that. So if you want to find the short version of it, you can just search at THEVLADCOSTEA, which is my Twitter account. Just search for
Mhm,
John Dillon. I think right now the search function is even easier. You just go to someone's profile and you hit the
mm,
magnifying glass and search for a keyword. So it's
nice.
much more simple than it used to be. Just search for John Dillon. It was groundbreaking because the reason why John Dillon did not like Dark Wallet had nothing to do with Dark Wallet itself or the CoinJoin
Yep.
idea. It had
Mm-hmm.
everything to do with the fact that it was using libbitcoin, which is an
Mm, yeah.
alternative client written in C++. It was created by Amir Taki. It
Yep.
was his way of fighting against what he believed to be a dictatorship by Gavin Andresen at the time.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to have his own client that runs in consensus with Bitcoin Core.
Yeah.
And the problem with Dark Wallet was not the privacy that it provided or
Yep. Because
some.
you use lip Bitcoin. Mm.
Exactly. It was using libbitcoin. And that's what he didn't like. And you can read this in the exchange between Peter Todd and John Dillon. Some people like
Yep.
you can even see in their exchange that they expressed this idea that they might be the same person. They
Yep.
actually
Yeah,
talked
I did
about
see that.
this,
Mm-hmm.
and Gavin Andresen and Greg Maxwell expressed
Mm.
this suspicion that they might be the same
Mm.
person. They were talking about 51% attacking various networks,
Mm-hmm.
which is interesting. There's actually a quote, I think it's by Peter Todd. He says, everything except for Bitcoin and Litecoin is a scam and deserves to die.
Yep.
There's also Warren Togami, who somehow was involved in this. At the time, he was lead developer, maybe not lead developer, but one of the main developers of the Litecoin project. And he was able to basically, and this is the value of open source software. You can say, oh, Litecoin is a scam, it's not too much different from Bitcoin and blah blah blah. But back in the day in 2013, they were able
Mm-hmm.
to find some bugs in the Bitcoin
Yeah.
client and actually fix some stuff. They were able to prevent some attacks that were considered dangerous at the time just by forking the code and running it. And you
Yeah.
had different pairs of eyes looking at that protocol, and they said, this is wrong, and we should tell the other developers too. Just like Bitcoin Cash actually helped Bitcoin in
Yeah.
2018 with the
It,
inflation
it,
bug.
it actually saved them. If it would have been disastrous. I remember reading that he actually considered using the bug to exploit it, but then he changed his mind. So I thought that was really interesting because even when we like, I mean, like I know this is not on the same magnitude, but back when we found the zero coin bug, there was a part of me saying like, Firo Zcoin needs funds. Maybe we should use this exploit and exploit all the other zero coin projects and get the funds for ourselves, right? I mean that thought did cross my mind, but at the end of the day, we decided to do responsible disclosure and actually got burned for it, by the way, because one of the other projects, because we told them like, look, can you please keep quiet? Don't go out with this because we found the bug. We're telling you about it. Let's all agree to fix all our shit before anyone goes public about this bug, right? And then one of the projects went public about it before us, and that was really an asshole move. There's no other way to say that. But it really kind of shook my moral values because I was like, man, I should have just freaking exploited everyone and got rich. And instead of doing the right thing, which was doing the responsible disclosure and then getting shit on and backstabbed by the people you just saved, right?
I've
That
actually
was tough.
interviewed Amari Sachet, who is one of the
Ah, yes,
first free
I've met
people.
him.
He was the lead developer of Bitcoin Cash. He was not the
Mm-hmm.
person who found the bug in
Right.
Bitcoin, but he was one of the first free people in the world who knew about the exploit. And he
Mm-hmm.
said it never crossed his mind to steal by
Yep.
creating inflation in Bitcoin because he describes himself as a security expert.
Yep.
And he said that in the long run, even though he could get some financial benefits from it and become famous for breaking Bitcoin,
Yep.
and this was also in the middle of this fight between the communities
Yes.
to
Mm-hmm.
get more market traction and more
That's right.
users. He said that this could follow him for the rest of his life, and he just
Right.
wants to be known as a good expert in his field. So he
Yep.
did the right thing. He actually helped the Bitcoin core developers fix it.
But even now, he's vilified by the Bitcoin Cash developers, and now he's with eCash or something,
Yeah,
right?
he
But then,
created his own fork.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, I've met him and hung out with him a few times, so I like him. I know Roger has some issues here, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I consider him one of the good guys. And I think what they're doing with eCash is pretty interesting as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he found some. So of course, when you're part of a minority chain with a minority hash rate, fewer
Yep.
users, fewer miners, you're
Mm-hmm.
more vulnerable. And he did
Yes.
understand this, and he did see that Bitcoin Cash is not happening. It's not gonna be the majority hash rate chain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So he did foresee a situation where it's gonna get attacked or left behind. So he looked into other protocols, and for what he did with eCash, I think he looked into Avalanche
Yes. Yeah. That's right.
for
Avalanche
providing
was really
some
interesting.
extra security to his network, and he launched his own fork of Bitcoin Cash. I think that community was doomed to have multiple various implementations,
Mm-hmm.
but sometimes being a Bitcoin maximalist feels like you're being held hostage by guys like Michael Saylor because
Yep.
you're gonna have very good proposals that come around and everyone agrees that they're great and that
Yep.
they're needed and that they don't change too much. I mean, compared to SegWit, they're almost nothing. Stuff like
Yep.
CTV or whatever, it
Yep.
doesn't even affect most node runners. It just enables
Mm-hmm.
some extra use cases that people can use for doing stuff that maybe you don't like. But once again, why would you stop developers from building?
Yeah.
But
I,
then
I
you
think.
get
Yeah.
someone very big who put a lot of money and they say no.
Mm,
Why would you
yeah.
want to do this? No, let's just use custodians. Bitcoin is digital gold. Why not use this bank? They don't say bank, but that's what it is. Let's
Yep.
just use
Yep.
ETFs. Let's just use exchanges. Why would you want to do that? And I think the looming threat in the case of Bitcoin is the
Mm-hmm.
fact that we need to have a healthy fee market.
Yes, that actually is something I tweeted about, and I feel like, well, I don't really know whether this 21 million limit is going to keep. To me, just doesn't make sense. Even if the fee market works, to have this kind of security that fluctuates based on how many people use it sounds like a really bad idea, because that means in bear markets or like low transaction volume, the security drops, and then when more people make transactions, then the security goes up, and it makes it really hard for miners as well. I'm not sure if that's the sustainable. I really like the tail emission, the model that Monero uses, which we have also adopted as well now. And I think, I mean, I don't think it goes all the way in solving all the issues, but it is good to always have a stable base that people know, like, if I mine, this is what that's available, right? Rather than, it's very hard to predict transaction volumes, and even with the smaller block size and all of that, I still think the miners still are very, very largely reliant on the block reward component of it. Although I guess maybe that's gotten better. I'm not sure. I know it gotten quite good when ordinals came about, and then, well, I haven't heard much about ordinals since. So I'm not sure how has that gone. I know there was a lot of kickback, and I'm like, hey, your taproot enabled this, right?
It was just yesterday that Casey Rodermore launched the new version of ORD of the protocol. So it's still
Okay.
being maintained, it's still being developed. There's still a community of people. It was funny that some people ran a node for the first time just to do ordinals. And it was
That's
also
cool.
funny that it seemed like these tokens were going to secure the network because they paid much
Exactly.
higher fees than the average high priest who talks about, this is not the right way to use it, but at the same time, they're not actually providing any value to the miners who are securing their stash.
I'm like, isn't this what you wanted? You wanted the block size to be small so that you could get, there would be a fee market, and Ordinals was exactly providing the exact conditions that you wanted to create. And then you said, no, it's not good for us because all this is shit. And I'm like, wow, that's so freaking ironic.
Yeah, and they're saying they're bloating the blocks and it's harder right now to run a node. And I'm like, okay, but it's within the limitations of the system. It was
Yeah,
assumed when the limit for the block size was set, it was assumed
yeah,
that even if it gets filled, it's still reasonable.
yeah. They were paying for it too. Yeah.
Yeah, but
Who
there's
was?
also this broken incentive with nodes, right? Because if the block size is bigger and
Yep,
you get to store more data, you're
yep.
not getting paid to store that data. And you have to
Exactly.
store it in perpetuity. And you're going to have to upgrade at one point. If you have a 1 terabyte SSD for your node, you're going to have to upgrade that one to 2
Yep.
terabytes, 4 terabytes, or whatever. Fortunately, I think storage is becoming cheaper by
Cheaper.
year.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
And also bandwidth is becoming cheaper.
Yep.
And also you have Starlink that operates everywhere around the world. So you can run a node in the middle of the desert.
Mm-hmm.
I think at one point we will increase the block size because right now I think the only roadblock is just consensus, just agreeing that okay, this is a good idea. Obviously not to have every transaction on the base layer,
Yep.
but to allow users, this is a big discussion now with covenants because you're going to have maybe thousands, if not millions, of UTXOs
Mm-hmm.
in one transaction onboarding layer twos, which sounds nice. But then
Yep.
how do you exit? Because there is no unilateral exit.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way to get out. Once you get into that system and you do join the layer two, you're stuck there alongside everyone else who joined with you.
Yep.
So the question is, what can you do next? You can swap the funds for on-chain funds, and you're gonna pay a fee for that. But
Mm-hmm.
it's still not the ideal design. It's not the way it's intended. If you look at the Lightning Network paper, you're gonna see that the recommendation is like 100 megabytes or something
Mm-hmm.
for blocks for this to work at scale. It's difficult. So
I mean, if I'm not mistaken, even the original authors of Lightning Network, I think, who was it? Was it Poon and Dryja? Was it? I think, and I think they never intended for Lightning Network to be this ultimate scaling solution for Bitcoin. It was just like, oh yeah, these state channels can do this. It can, relieve some bloat, it can relieve some use cases of like repeated payments and stuff like that. Oh, but it can be also extended this way and have these other use cases. I don't think it was this like, oh yeah, Lightning is gonna solve all these issues that Bitcoin has, which during the block size wars, that was what Lightning was being promoted as. It's going to provide privacy, it's going to provide unlimited scalability and all this side of things. And how many years since then, I think it's very clear that vision has not happened. And as far as I know, like the few times that I used Lightning Network, I couldn't get like the enough liquidity. It failed, and in the end, a lot of people say, "Oh yeah, let's use this custody Lightning wallet or something like that." And that was what a lot of people defaulted to. And yeah, I got really jaded, and for a long time, I mean, to be honest, even though I should be doing it, but a long time I didn't follow what Bitcoin was doing because I just felt that you know the logic wasn't there. They weren't intellectually honest, and you may hate on Ethereum and hate on a lot of things. I felt that there was a lot more intellectual honesty when they were discussing about the limitations of their system and the pros and cons of different things. And I felt that was a much more healthy kind of discussion than Bitcoin, where you have this weird kind of like, oh, I don't want to change, but if it comes from a select group of people, even though it's a big change, it's fine. Like I find that very off-putting. Yeah.
And centralizing when you think about it.
Yes, exactly. So that's why when people say like, oh yeah, Firo altcoins are centralized and whatnot and all of this, I'm like, how decentralized do you think your network? It's not like a lot of people say, oh, Green is decentralized. No, it's run by appointed, like a council of appointed people who decided how much they should pay themselves. How is that decentralized, right? And I have no hate for Grin, but I found that argument, and then next thing they said they weren't the privacy coin. That made me very upset. But yeah, I mean that's a whole rant on itself.
Yeah, when you
I,
think
I,
about it,
I
who came up with SegWit and Taproot?
yep, yep,
And those are the only upgrades that were allowed and were promoted on every conference.
yeah,
Right now, it's so divided. You have all of these covenant proposals, and they come from different people, and it seems like it's more important who promotes it than what
yep.
it enables.
Exactly. And I remember they were promoting Taproot as this huge privacy improvement to Bitcoin. And I'm like, it's not. It only hides, like, whether it's a multi sig or not. And that about more efficient CoinJoin, that's not even it. It's some multi aggregation thing. And I was like, stop talking about, like, just because I'm naked and then now I put a sticker on my nipple, that doesn't make it, yes, technically it's more private, but not to any sort of meaningful amount, right? I mean, you're probably more an expert on Taproot and all of that, but I really remember being really upset when they were promoting Taproot as a huge privacy benefit to Bitcoin when it really isn't. Yeah,
I remember some guys saying, Chainalysis is obsolete now because we have Taproot and all transactions are going to look the same. That was part of the marketing for it. But
yeah,
they were hoping, I think, that multi sigs are going to play a much more major role when in fact they
mm,
really haven't. I
yeah,
interviewed the CEO of BitGo in the first episode of this
yes,
season,
mm-hmm.
like a month ago. And, you know, there were very high expectations. No, it wasn't even a month ago. It was January 4th. It was this month. Time flies.
Mm, yes,
The expectations for Taproot were very high, but it didn't really get that much traction. You can even say, and pun intended, that it's untapped still.
well, Ordinals used it, right? I think Ordinals was enabled by Taproot, so I guess it was a success in that regard, right?
You could do them just using SegWit, and you don't even need that. Like,
Mm.
They were more scalable and more efficient because of SegWit and Taproot, and they occupied less block space. But there's something else that's called stamps,
Mm.
and
Okay.
they're much larger. And basically, this was always possible to do. They are embedded in the UTXO set. They're not prunable. You cannot remove them. Every node
Oh,
on the
ouch.
network is going to store them.
Mm-hmm.
And they were always possible. It's just that there was no market for it. Once the ordinals came along and people praised them, they said, if I disagree with the use case, but if there is a way for it to be done, I think this is the best way to do it because it occupies a small chunk of data.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that intrusive. Like this is the best way to do it. It's the most elegant design. But stamps are on purpose the worst design. They're expensive to quote unquote mint, but they're there forever. And it seems like there's a market for this. There are people who did some pixel art and they put that just because
Mm-hmm.
they could afford it. And I've interviewed Mike in Space, who is the guy behind it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, this is just like a hobby between collectors and there's nothing you can do about it. Like, the only way you can actually destroy this use case is to add confidential transactions to Bitcoin. And that's when it's going to become pointless. Because, of course, you can give up on your privacy, just like on Monero. You can
Mm-hmm.
allow someone else to see the transaction,
Yep.
but it's peer to peer. You actually have to go to that person and reveal the transaction.
Exactly.
The
Mm-hmm.
rest of the blockchain is not going to know. And if the entire blockchain doesn't know what's happening, maybe that the value of your asset is going to diminish greatly. Because the value of these NFTs is specifically that anyone can watch them.
So I have an interesting question because, like, Firo uses, because you mentioned several times in this interview about, oh yeah, it's kind of weird incentives that nodes have to store all this data and they don't get paid. Like it's just a matter of like, oh yeah, let's we have to use it and therefore we have to maintain it. And I think that's a bit naive. I also agree that that's a bit naive and what incentives. And obviously, like back in Darkcoin Dash days, one of the ways that they tried to address this was through the concept of master nodes, which Firo also uses, right? Where they're giving a part of the block reward, and for providing these node services. And people say, "Oh, well, it's a scam because you need to have a certain amount of collateral." But at the same time, you have to prevent some sort of cyber attack, right? Which means that you cannot have, and these master nodes you can deregister them anytime. There's no lock-in period or anything like with other validators. It's just that you can deregister them immediately and have those funds available immediately. And I remember, who was that guy who wrote the Andrew Andreas Antonopoulos. I'm not sure. I'm probably butchering his name, but he was also very favorable of this sort of solution. But yeah, there's kind of like widespread consensus among, I guess, many people, even like Monero people, that masternodes are a scam, right? And I just can't quite understand why. I mean, I feel that yeah, nodes who bear the cost of hosting the blockchain that's always growing, that's still paying, doing all the transactions, and propagating them. Shouldn't they also earn a part of the fee? And we use the kind of like it's a hybrid system. That means that protects us against 51% attacks. It gets also like almost instantaneous finality, and blocks are also final because of the way masternode sign these things. And I personally find that masternode systems aren't as bad as people think they are, and I think it makes sense. But I kind of would like to hear from you, especially from Bitcoin Maxi, why are masternodes seen as a scammy consensus? I mean, we can say that yeah, masternodes, like masternode coins are scams, but then is the consensus, like the mechanism, the logic behind it, seems to be more or less sound. But I mean, of course, other projects do masternode voting, which I feel is a separate cattle of fish altogether, which I'm strongly against, which is why Firo doesn't employ masternode voting. That was actually something that the Chinese investor really wanted to say: make the masternodes unaffordable, and then only the masternodes can vote. And I saw that this was a very, very flawed way. And this was actually, lessons that I learned from the Dash community, having been a masternode owner as well. Like, I own a decent number of masternodes, and that's why when we were implementing in Firo, I specifically did not want that to happen. But I'm curious to hear your thoughts on it. Yeah.
Well, you can argue that it resembles proof of stake, and a lot of people resent that because
Mm-hmm.
you need to have a certain amount of coins to basically matter and participate in consensus. You can also argue that they can be centralizing, or that the team, if there is some sort of pre-mine or allocation for the team,
Mm-hmm.
that they can use this. But if it's not used for voting, it doesn't matter as much. But the team can
Yeah.
use them to collect rewards and pay themselves in perpetuity. Like, I can understand why, there is no cost for some people who got their coins for free, and they can
Mm-hmm.
just use that to get even more coins at the expense of the rest of the participants to the network.
True.
So
But
maybe
yeah.
this is the
Oh,
argument that people use to say that this is scammy. I'm not sure if from a security point of view, if this is secure, or you can find
mhm.
ways to break it. I'm not a security expert.
Mhm. The one of the cool things about the master nodes, and I'm not, again, although we use the master node system, I'm not saying that's the best consensus mechanism. It fits our purposes, it serves us fine, it's good enough, and it's better than pure proof of work where we have been attacked like horribly. We were almost destroyed as a coin when we were 51% attacked. And people say, "Oh, it's the fault of the developers." No, it's proof of work as intended. Like, we didn't do anything wrong with the code. This is how it works. And we actually, for a very long time, this is something interesting because you know um one of the goals of Vertcoin and even Zcoin or Firo was to keep that mining egalitarian, right? Back to that idea of one CPU, one vote, right? That Satoshi created, and and we realized that with ASICs that wasn't really the case, right? The people who were selling you the machines also had an incentive to mine themselves with it, and once they had the necessary capital, why should they sell you the machines? Because they could be mining themselves. They just needed enough capital coming in for some liquidity and to fund their R&D costs, but they were also centralizing, because all these ASIC manufacturers, they're not open source, right? It's all everything what they want to do, right? And this was actually a huge centralization factor. So we actually spent too much time and too much resources actually working on mining algorithms that targeted like consumer commodity hardware. And obviously we actually initially kind of went in with like the Monero route, like to go through use CPU mining and all of that, because we thought like, yeah, everyone has a CPU. But when we went down that path, we were actually mined to the heck by botnets, by people who had like, hacked Amazon credits or something like that. And we found like, wow, that's not really a fair distribution either. If we were going to be run by botnets, that's kind of against what we want. So we decided to say, okay, let's target instead modern GPUs where, um, you know, there are less botnets with GPUs, right? And it's more likely that there's an actual user behind it. And I guess because our algorithm also requires increasingly amounts of VRAM, so that means that you can't use the really really old graphics cards on our algorithm, and it was designed in such a very cool way. It was actually from ProcPow. I don't know if you follow what Ethereum does, but basically every block it changes itself. Like the algorithm kind of changes itself every block. so that it's very difficult to have an ASIC for it. You need kind of like a semi-flexible machine like a GPU. So that if you start trying to build an ASIC for it, it starts kind of resembling a GPU. So I thought that was a really interesting approach. And when we came up with Firo Power or Proc Power, or we didn't come up with Proc Power, we adapted the work of Proc Power. We thought that this was a great solution, but it was actually, as much as it sounded great in theory, it was a horrible security mechanism, and it really didn't create a good group of community members. I mean, last time in the early days of crypto, the only way you could get a cryptocurrency was to mine it, right? And maybe on a few select exchanges. And before it was on any exchange, you would mine it. You create this community of people that would mine your coin, install your wallets, get involved in the community, so that the miners became part of the community. And that was one of the best use cases for proof of work. To me, proof of work, one of the major benefits is the distribution, right? It's like fair-ish distribution, and that is hard to replicate with proof of stake or anything like that, right? Because you don't have to have any existing coins to earn that. But we found that actually with the current GPU mining kind of environment, there was no loyalty to a particular coin. People would just set their miner and mine directly to an exchange address. They would use nice hash and just see what's the most profitable coin to mine. And then if we are being attacked, or if there's a huge concentration of hash rate in a certain pool, they didn't care, because all they were caring about was how much am I getting from my mining returns. And you just take a look on YouTube, take a look at all the mining videos. How much can I earn from mining? How much can I earn from mining? It's no longer about in the early days where miners also contributed back to the projects that they mined. They had funds, and like the early Chinese mining pools, they actually contributed back to Bitcoin, they contributed back to Ethereum. This culture is totally gone in today's mining scene. And when we found that, we were like, why are we paying such a big amount of our block reward to community members who they're not community members? They're basically it's just another coin to mine. They mine directly to exchange. They sell. They're adding selling pressure, and they're not even participating in our community or installing our wallets or running the nodes, right? Because now it's just so easy. You don't have to do any of these things. And that kind of made me awake, like, wow, all these people who say, yeah, proof of work is the only fair and the honest way to do things. And I just disagreed. I said, like, no, like we actually went through this process where we were trying to decide with the community, like, what should the block reward division be. And I was like, and obviously all the people who were active were masternode holders, even though they had no official votes. They were the ones who were coming in the forums and saying, I own X number of masternodes. I believe this is the way. Why should we have miners and all of this? And they were the ones that were actively following the project. And so the community was actually like, let's slash miners rewards from 50% of the block reward or 60% of the block reward to 10% or 5%, because they have served no purpose in the community. And I actually was like really sad about that. And I said that, look, let's try to be more measured and try to engage these miners. Maybe they just don't know. So I went on some of the biggest mining channels like Zcoin, and a couple of other mining channels, and begged these miners, please come and vote. We don't have masternode voting. Just come into our forums, express your opinion. And if you don't even want to say anything, the least you could do is shift your hash rate from the one that's controlling 90% to another pool to show that you care about the project. None of that happened. They just kept silent. There was a few very vocal people, but they weren't there was no meaningful shift in hash rate. And when the change happened, and obviously they got slashed really badly, all these mining channels was like, oh, screw Reuben, screw the Firo, the abandoned miners and whatnot. I'm like, we got 51% attack. You didn't help us. We asked you to decentralize actually, you didn't help us. We went on all these big channels. We begged you to come into to participate in our governance. You didn't show up. So it really made me kind of like, is really proof of work the way to go in this day and age? Maybe in the early days, but now it's really hard to see that. And I mean, my opinion was like, wow, we just wasted so much of our time trying to develop ASIC resistant mining algorithms, which was really tough work, only to when we should have been focusing on our privacy and other things, right? So yeah, I mean, I thought that was just like a very interesting insight, because as to the state of mining, and I'm not sure how much you know unlike ASICs, where if you have a Bitcoin ASIC, you're kind of aligned with Bitcoin, because that's the only thing that your ASIC can mine, right? If Bitcoin loses value, your ASIC loses value. With a GPU, that's not the case. I can still game, I can still do AI, I can still do mine other coins. So it really kind of like shifted my thinking to say like, look, sounds great in theory, but it's not a good idea. So that's why like we have this hybrid proof of stake and not it's not proof of stake, it's hybrid masternode and proof of work system. But even then, to me, the proof of work is like a backup, because if the masternodes get attacked or some other things happen to them, the Satoshi consensus, Nakamoto consensus then is the prevailing thing until the masternodes come back online. So I thought it was interesting, and it was just interesting to share that kind of experience here, because there's a lot of misunderstanding that Firo is anti-miners or anti-proof of work. We were the biggest GPU mining supporters, fair mining, and we spent so much resources on that, but that never was appreciated. So yeah, just a little story on that.
I guess that's the tragedy that happens when you're not the leading coin for the mining algorithm. And
Mm-hmm.
you're
Yep.
competing against others that maybe pay better, or I don't know, miners are mercenaries. You should not rely
Yes.
on them to be loyal. Even in the
Correct.
case of Bitcoin, it's shot to 56. They can mine something
Yep.
else. They can mine BCH, they can mine BSV, depending on how profitable this can be for them
Exactly.
at a certain
Mm-hmm.
moment. But if it's the majority, if it's the chain that holds the majority of the hash rate and
Yep.
the price is going really well,
Yep.
there's an incentive for them to stay. If it doesn't go up all the time, or
Yep.
according to some expectation, they're gonna look
Yep.
for other ways. And it's tricky with GPUs because everyone just, as you said, goes to nice hash, lets them
Yep.
choose whatever is most profitable. They don't even know what they're doing. It's
Yep.
somebody else that's programming their GPUs and pointing them to provide hash rate. But this thermodynamic security, it's important. You can't really deny that proof of stake, which is only about buying a certain amount of coins and running a node, is as good as this. A hybrid system, sure. It's also what Zano uses. I've interviewed them, and they
Mm-hmm.
have described this similar situation where they they are afraid of getting 51% attacked, and they want to protect the network by also having this extra layer of proof of stake, which is not like other systems where you lock your coins or something. You just run a node with a certain amount of coins in it, and you're gonna get a reward according to how many coins you own. So it is full proof of stake. In your case, I guess with master nodes, does it really matter how many coins you own to the amount of rewards
You,
that you're
you
gonna
you
get?
you need no, I mean, it's just a fixed amount. You need a 1,000 Firo, and then you have a master node, right? It's just to prevent that side bill. Like, you don't want someone to be spinning up like a million notes and doing that. It's just like some sort of form of, not even the collateral, it doesn't get forfeited. You just, like, if you're not providing service, like if you're not doing the signing and contributing consensus, you just don't receive your reward. You just get punished like that. You don't get slashed or anything. But I guess like one of the arguments, and this was even from someone from Bitmain, who said that, well, ASICs are kind of a form of proof of stake. I mean, I know there is some difference, but there is some truth to that argument in the sense that, you align in the sense that because you are owning with proof of stake, like, yeah, you're owning part of the coin, right? But with Bitcoin, I mean, yeah, you can argue, yeah, I could mine other stuff, but like with SHA-256, the only thing that kind of makes sense to mine is Bitcoin, right? And once like what that machine only has value because of Bitcoin. So that's why I used to be very anti ASICs, and I was like, well, if you want to do proof of work, maybe it makes sense to have a coin to have this like very exotic uh algorithm that is very ASIC friendly. But then that means people who buy the ASICs are basically locked towards your coin because without your coin, their ASICs also don't have any value. And I spoken to some guys who are in the industry, and they say you don't need a lot of money. You need probably like 100,000 US dollars to, or even less, to actually come up with an algorithm and have an ASIC design for it. And then have people buy in, and then you just launch a new coin with proof of work, a fair launch. But obviously, that with ASICs, it's not going to be a fair launch, right? Yeah.
It's a bit messed up, and it's still a mystery to me why there are not more players in this game of producing ASICs.
Hmm.
We still
Yeah.
have two or three players that provide 90% of the devices for mining farms in Bitcoin. And
Yeah.
that's a bit
It's
messed up because you rely on their ability to supply to a demand. And if you're
mhm.
just someone like myself, you're never going to get access to new ASICs. They're
and
always out of
and
stock. You have to buy used ones from mining farms.
yeah, and there's a geographical disadvantage. I remember I had my own little small mining farm, and I remember that because the Bitcoin hash rate kept on climbing so quickly that if you did not mine, like most of your profits were made in the first month that you got the ASIC. And if you're getting it shipped from China, it takes 2 weeks, goes through customs and all of that, and you lose the most profitable period of your ASIC. Like you would probably make like 60% of your profits in the first 3 months of getting that ASIC. I mean, that was back then. I'm not sure about now. But then that means that means now you have a geographical advantage, right? That means China is the only place that you can get it really quick, and they can just ship it through their amazing domestic network. And on top of that, it's like, as if I'm making a money making machine, why should I sell other people my money making machine? I should be creating my own money making machine. And that just creates a huge sort of centralization forces, which I guess is one of those mysteries as to why Zcash embraced, because when Equihash was supposed to be equitable, right? And they just caved into to Bitmain and their ASIC so quickly. And that was like a huge shame for me. Yeah.
No, I remember the story. The people were laughing at this situation where Zuko said he looked in the eyes of Jihan and perceived
Yes,
him as
yes.
honest.
He's a good guy. I mean, Zuko's an interesting fella. He has me blocked on Twitter for some reason, and
He used to
I
have me
don't know
blocked.
why.
Now, I guess we're
He's unblocked
friends of
you?
sorts. I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
I have a lot of respect
Interesting.
for his work.
Yes.
He published about Bitcoin. He wrote, I think it was the first blog post the week when it was launched. And
Hmm.
Satoshi actually put that on bitcoin.org. He used to work at DigiCash with David Chaum.
Yes, yes. I mean, he's definitely an OG, and he's contributed a lot. And okay, yeah, he didn't invent the zero cash protocol or anything like that, but he created Zcash that kind of like funded all this development in ZK and all of that. So I think
It is funny
uh, you
because
know,
people think because his name is Zuko, Zcash is his Zuko Cash, you know?
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I guess like like I don't know nowadays. I don't know. I find that what he says, like when he was talking about privacy pools and all of that, like, yeah, what's your opinion on privacy pools? Are you familiar with privacy pools and Vitalik's suggestion of privacy pools?
I'm not sure I know exactly what you're referring to, so please define it.
So
I know
privacy pools,
anonymity pools, but I'm not sure about privacy pools.
right? So privacy pools was this idea that you could allow stuff like Tornado Cash to happen, but whenever you did a transaction, you had to submit a ZK proof that you were not on this blacklist of like sanctioned addresses and stuff like that. So Vitalik's idea is like, yeah, that means you don't have to do KYC, but then you were still using ZK to prove that you were not a sanctioned address to satisfy these regulators and all of that. And unfortunately, because Vitalik being Vitalik, that kind of gained some traction, even though I feel like it wouldn't satisfy any sort of regulators' requirements or any of that. But it was implemented in Railgun, which I guess is a ZK mixer on Ethereum and EVM chains, right? And I've used it, and it's a horrible experience, just to say that. But it also has this really, like, who maintains the blacklist? Whose blacklist should I implement, and should we be implementing all blacklists, right? And I feel like that's like a very slippery slope to go down, because it means that it will trend towards implementing all blacklists, because everyone's just scared to get you know if I'm not implementing this blacklist and then some actor comes through me, and then I'm responsible, right? Why was I not implementing these other blacklists? And let's face it, blacklists are just very, with the way crypto, I feel like blacklists are just very, I don't know, they're just dumb. Like they aren't really that effective unless they're for really, really large amounts that the hackers didn't do the right work for it. And it takes time to update blacklist. And if you want that blacklist to be updated quickly, you're gonna have a very scary centralizing force that can just freeze this address and that address willy-nilly, right? But I just thought it was like well, I don't agree with it, but it was a very interesting approach to privacy compliance, which I don't agree with, but I guess it's an interesting approach. And when I'm using it on Railgun, every time I do a transaction, I have to spend like, half a minute or so generating this proof of innocence, which is horrible. That means like, we are guilty until proven innocence. I have to prove that I'm innocent. And then there's this whole process of waiting for 1 hour for that proof of innocence to be accepted before I can even do any sort of transactions with it. I just think it's a horrible way to approach privacy. And so it doesn't really address it's not going to prevent crime like to any meaningful aspect. It detracts from the user experience, and it doesn't even legitimize the mixer. So I'm just like, it's a lose-lose situation all the way around. Can you just say like, oh yeah, I'm not dealing with OFAC sanction blacklist. All right, that's it. And you have all these drawbacks to it, right? So yeah, I mean that's privacy pools.
Sounds a bit messed up. I'm not surprised that it comes from Vitalik and he's proposing
Mhm.
something like this. I remember during the interview with Amir that he said something about Railgun, and we took a look at the website, and it puts compliance right there on the front page. It says we
Mhm.
are compliant. He was saying, "Oh, it's the new Tornado Cash. It's really cool." And then we discovered that it's not really that cypherpunk. It's cool. I mean, it's nice that this feature still exists, but we should not fool ourselves that it's really that privacy tool that people expect it to be.
I would say it's better than it's not existing. Like I use Railgun to do stablecoin payments, and actually, like, it was quite funny when I was using Railgun to pay some of my market makers and stuff like that. They were not happy. They were like, "Can you not use Railgun because now like the exchange has frozen this account because it came from the Railgun mixer and stuff like that." So yeah, you can be compliant, but still exchanges don't like it. Then it's horrible. And I don't know what kind of compliance it is. I mean, you can just say I'm not dealing with OFAC sanctioned stuff. I don't think that's enough. But the fact that there is a tool that you can use uh, is something, right? So I wouldn't say that railgun has no purpose. I think it's really important, especially if you're transacting in the EVM space. Yeah.
I think like 3 years ago, Wasabi Wallet was in a similar situation where they had to
Uh
follow
yeah.
through with some blacklists. So they had to
Yes.
remove, or not remove, they had to basically not allow certain addresses to get into their CoinJoin rounds. And it
Correct.
was a big deal at the time, but I was still thinking that in a bullish scenario, you're gonna have maybe some mixers that are quote unquote compliant, and you can safely, for example, withdraw your coins from Kraken, get them into this CoinJoin, and then go to Binance without any
Hmm.
repercussions. And then you're
Yeah.
gonna have maybe coin joins that are non-compliant, and that's how you make Bitcoin fungible. You just move from one mixer to the other, and there's
Yeah.
gonna be, it's hard to maintain these lists of addresses. You get a new address, you just move your coins around, and eventually it's gonna be fungible. Of course, it's a very ugly workaround, which is
Yeah.
costly and it's a bad user experience. It's just like, I know some people who think that their way of getting privacy is to just send amounts and divide them between wallets
Mm.
at different times, randomly to make it look like it's different users, and that's how they gain deniability. It's just horrible, and you're gonna make
Yeah.
your UTXOs smaller, and at one point they're gonna be unspendable if the fees keep going up.
Yeah. Actually, I wonder how does large coin joins going to look on the blockchain? Like, is it going to contribute a lot to bloat, right? Yeah.
No, actually, the way in which they did, so it was what they call the Wabi Sabi protocol for Wasabi
Mm-hmm. Yep.
2.0. That one actually made so they batched transactions in a way that it was actually more efficient. For example, if they had a CoinJoin with 300 inputs and 300 outputs, it occupied much less space than 300 single transactions would.
Oh, sure, sure. I mean, I'm not arguing that, but the fact that you're doing all these transactions to get privacy, right? Like, if you
Oh
didn't
yeah,
have to, it would just be like one transaction or two transactions. Like, people hate on Monero or privacy because, oh, your transactions are so large, right? But then
at least
to
it's just
achieve,
one. Yeah,
yeah, it's just one, but then you have all this coin joins. Yes, you can aggregate them, all of that, but there's still all these unnecessary transactions to get some sort of privacy, right? So there are some
and of course,
trade-offs.
one CoinJoin round is not enough. You have to do remixes.
Yes,
You have to
correct.
join, and yeah, the coordinators are gonna say we only charge you for the first CoinJoin, but you still
Hmm.
pay the miners. You pay
Yep.
the transaction fee.
Yep. Yep.
And privacy, of course, in everything you can ever imagine, privacy is the more expensive option. You want to be
Hmm.
private, you need to get your own house or something. You need to buy drapes, you need to do something.
Yep.
But when there's technology that can prevent this cost, why would you enable it? It's a bit mind blowing. I do understand, okay, some technology is premature. It's
Yep.
not ready to get added to Bitcoin. It's a $2 trillion asset right now.
Hmm.
You don't want to tank that with something that maybe is not ready. But if you do have something that's ready, it's much better than having nothing. And of
Yep.
course, you can
True.
always replace that. You can, if something better comes along, you maybe you can disable it with another consensus mechanism. 51%
Mhm.
of miners deciding to turn that off. Or
Yep.
maybe you can replace it entirely and just move the users to the new thing. I don't think the Lightning Network will get censored or whatever by the miners if it doesn't get traction. It will just be another option out there. I think so.
Mhm.
We spoke about this earlier. I think if it was promoted as just payment channels between two parties instead of
Mhm.
doing, let's say, 50 transactions between one another on the base layer, they just do
Yeah.
it on Lightning and
Yeah.
it's only two transactions on the base layer, That's a
Mm-hmm.
good way to promote it. But the way that they
Exactly.
described it, like the scaling solution that's gonna be better than Visa and MasterCard, and I don't know. I was one of the node operators. Back in 2021, I had a top 500 node. It wasn't very big, but it was something. And I was part of lots of Telegram channels. We're opening channels with each other. We call this the Ring of Fire. Basically, everyone opened the channel with everyone else, and we had these circles.
Yeah.
And it was very cool because you could access liquidity and be able to send to someone else. But then I
Right.
went on vacation and there was an electricity blackout.
Mm-hmm.
And for some reason, my node restarted, but it was not syncing and it appeared to be
Oh no.
offline. I didn't get robbed or anything. Everyone else was honest with me. But it was
Right.
still an inconvenience and I got some forced closures of channels. And
Oh, okay.
that's the worst kind of situation when someone closes the channel with you and
Yep.
you have to speak with them and try to open
Correct.
again or whatever. It's like a full-time job just to make sure that this works.
It's not even profitable, right? I
No, it's
understand
not.
even running, yeah, is you losing money or something.
You're paying a lot for
Yeah.
rebalancing channels, for reopening them when they close. I never got that back because
Mm-hmm.
the amount of money I was making from fees, I was trying to be a routing node, but my issue was that I was using Tor. And
Mm,
when you're causing a delay in propagation, you're not,
right.
not going to be the preferred route.
Yep.
Lightning Network is searching for the fastest route. And of course, I was only routing maybe one transaction per day. So
Mm-hmm.
I was earning one Satoshi per day from that node. And it was costing me, even at one Satoshi per V byte fees, it was costing me like 250 Satoshis to open or close another channel. And this was
So
promoted. I remember Alex Bosworth, maybe he's gonna hate me or whatever for this. He was presenting his example that he made more than one Bitcoin in transaction fees. And I remember looking
wow.
at that, saying, oh my God, this is so cool. It's like passive income, you know?
Yeah.
It's like yield or whatever. That I think that was also the buzzword for DeFi at the time, that you earn yield.
Yield? Oh, yield. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You earn yield on your Bitcoin. I was thinking, oh, that's so cool. I gotta do this.
Yeah.
But I actually lost.
So yeah, I'm assuming you're not bullish on Lightning.
I do think it has its place,
Yes, I do think it has its place too.
but I don't think it's the scaling solution. I think we should have something which has a much better user experience.
Mm-hmm.
I dealt with failed payments when I expected them to actually go through because the amounts were small. But I
Mm.
also dealt with large payments that actually went through. Like when I bought my car, I used the Lightning Network to send
Oh,
to
wow.
Kraken because
Cool.
I was concerned that I'm gonna have some fungibility issues with my UTXO.
Mm.
So I just put the funds on the Lightning Network and I sent from.
But they still got you, right? They still were asking all these questions, right?
Oh, but
Kraken was
this
the
was
one that had.
after. It wasn't in the
Ah.
beginning. It wasn't like they froze my funds and they said, "Wait a second, there's something wrong on the blockchain here." And that was the scenario that I was imagining because I did play with privacy tech on Bitcoin. I did CoinJoin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything wrong with it, but maybe that they do. So I didn't want to have this situation, so I put my coins on the Lightning Network. Kraken supports that. They're one of the free exchanges that do. And I said to myself, okay, I pay more in fees for this, but at least I know that there's not going to be any issue. And there wasn't. So there was a proper use case. I sent the equivalent of $10,000 in one transaction. I think I
Mm-hmm.
paid one of the largest fees on the Lightning Network ever when the on chain fees were like 2 cents. I actually paid like $100 fees on Lightning, which is insane. But it
Yeah.
served its purpose because Lightning actually makes for sender, you actually have pretty good privacy.
Mm-hmm.
And if exchanges accept that, it's good.
Yeah, I accept that. I mean, I always thought that, Lightning is something that should be developed, but it shouldn't be the panacea to all things, right? And if just people would be honest about that, then, you know, yeah, Lightning development should continue, things should improve, but like, people should be looking at other solutions as well, right? So yeah.
I'm proud that I was able to use Lightning non-custodially to do this. And even
Mm,
though I'm bearish overall on Lightning, I think it was overhyped. I don't see it coming back to the same level where it was a few years ago when there was this grassroots movement. There was genuine enthusiasm regarding it.
yep.
People were building stuff. They were making it work on Raspberry Pis. I don't see much of that happening anymore. People,
Why do you think? Just too difficult?
it's not just that, it's also the change of narrative because at the time it was. I remember I went to a conference in Istanbul and people were saying this is web free. This is the real web free where you actually own the hardware,
Mm,
you own the software, and you get to do financial stuff in a way that scales. And I was thinking this is really cool. But
yeah,
then they
it is.
said, you should not run your Lightning node on a Raspberry Pi because you're slowing down the Lightning network. They tried to push this idea that you should make Lightning more efficient. And what does it mean more efficient? More centralized. You should go to
Mm,
LSPs, which are Lightning service providers. They have more liquidity. You open channels with them. You own the channels, but you don't own the hardware. It's technically non custodial. Because if they close the channels, you still get your funds back on the base layer. It's cool. But they kept on making it more centralized to the point where I don't know. I sort of lost interest. I feel it defeats the purpose a bit. I do get
yep.
why it's made. I do get why it's important. In 2 days, I'm gonna interview Super Testnet, and he's gonna tell me
Yep.
that Lightning is more private than Monero. I do understand some
Maybe.
of the points, but it's not there
Mm-hmm.
yet, and I don't think
Yep.
it will ever be. I think the way in which the technology works, and it was like this since day one. I don't understand how people overlooked this. If you want to receive, let's say, $100, you need to have $100 in a channel
Yep.
that you open.
Correct.
So you need to lock the liquidity that you're going to receive.
The thing
And
is that it's so obvious, even when you first read the Lightning paper and how it's set up. Like this is super obvious, and I was wondering how can all these smart people decide that this is the way to go? I mean, like it's just so glaringly obvious. It seemed like they knowingly or willingly went down this path, knowing this issue, or they somehow convinced themselves, right? That this was the right way to go. But I think we've been on for like almost 3.5 hours. I don't want to beat Amir on it, but just I guess like since we're on the topic of Bitcoin, this is called the Bitcoin Takeover podcast. Like now that Bitcoin, you don't have Samurai Wallet, you don't have Wasabi anymore.
you do have Wasabi. It's just
Oh, you didn't
that
have Wasabi? I thought they
yeah,
shuttered. They decided not to.
that was the
They shuttered the
company.
company.
But I think
Ah,
the biggest merit of an open source project is that someone actually keeps running it even after the money's
mm,
gone. You have a bunch of developers who are still maintaining the code, and
wow,
they enable this situation where you can pick any coordinator you want. And there are a bunch of
nice.
them that are still running.
Mm,
And I've interviewed the developers, I've interviewed the guy who is running
yep.
the largest coordinator. He's actually from the
Wow, brave.
US and he embraced this
From where?
idea. From the US.
Oh, the US. Okay, interesting.
I was actually asking him, don't you fear that there might be someone knocking at your door any day now? But
Yeah.
I think he's still too small. He didn't get to the scale where Wasabi was. I think
Mm-hmm.
at their peak, Wasabi was making millions of dollars every month from CoinJoin fees.
Wow, I see. Yeah,
And
because it's very hard to say because you can when you charge fees, you're profiting from the 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 laundering, right?
yeah,
I guess
this
that's the
guy,
argument.
Crew, who is running the largest coordinator, he doesn't charge any coordination fees.
Mm. So it's just doing as a service. That's interesting. Then yeah, okay, maybe.
Yeah. But there's still Wasabi and there's still Samurai. I did see that there was a community effort to bring it back. It was called something else along the same line of Japanese culture.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure how many users it has. The problem when you have just a bunch of people in charge of a project and they get
Yep.
arrested is that this is the ultimate test to see if they built a real community that's resilient or they just had
Hmm.
a product that's gonna disappear the moment when the main
Yeah,
people around it are no longer around. I think
that's
Wasabi
right.
did a much better job inviting developers and getting builders to work on their project. I think they had quite a few contributors and they were running these hackathons and they were inviting devs to come up with ideas to improve it. And maybe this is why they are the ones that survived and they landed on their feet as an open source project. In the case of Samurai,
Yeah.
you had this sort of benevolent dictatorship with a bunch of guys who were clearly the leaders of the project. And they were everywhere. They were on Telegram. They were
And they were running most of the infra, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually find them going back to the John Dillon story. If you go to the
Hmm.
CoinJoin thread on Bitcoin Talk from 2013, there is talk about employees from blockchain.info or blockchain.com
Mm.
at the time adding CoinJoin by default in their wallet. So they do mention this.
Mm.
And I think this is the earliest mention of what became Samurai.
I see. Interesting.
Because William Hill, the guy
Mm-hmm.
who was basically TC Dev. I think that was
Mm-hmm.
his name. Samurai
Yep. Yep.
Dev, basically. He is the guy who was working at blockchain. And I think also Keon Rodriguez, but I'm not 100% sure.
But the rivalry between those two was so toxic, and I was like, "What are you guys fighting about?" And it just was so like wasabi. The like the samurai people were like shitting on wasabi itself. When I actually felt like the wasabi protocol was better than samurai, because I think you had to give your xpub or something to samurai or something like that. And I was like, why are these people just so hating on each other when we're trying to do the same thing, just with like different risk appetites and I just found it unfortunate because they were trying, yeah, I mean competitors, but at the same time, it's the same goal, right? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I
Feels like
was
I'm
involved in
interviewing
this.
you.
Yeah, it was funny. But it's the same that's happening in Zcash and Monero. It's the
That's
same
right.
that's happening with Graphene and Calyx
Hmm?
or Signal
Is
versus
Alex even a
Telegram.
going? Is Well, Telegram's totally not private, so I don't know why people keep on saying that, right? Like this, everything's stored to the cloud. There's no end-to-end encryption. I mean, it's not even a competition there, right?
Yeah, but
But
you're gonna find people who say, I would rather trust some Russian server than the cryptography of some free letter agency, whatever. They're gonna point out to the CEO of the Telegram company and say, she used to work with these free letter agencies. I don't trust this. I don't know. There's a rabbit hole for everything, and there's an excuse
yes,
against every possible privacy tech. You point
yeah,
to me the privacy tech, and then there's gonna be someone who says, "Oh, these people are not doing a good job. It's a scam. It's like this. It's like that." In the case of Samurai and Wasabi, they're very
yeah,
similar.
yeah.
Samurai came first.
Mm-hmm.
Wasabi came afterwards. What Samurai did well was to do a mobile wallet because it was portable. What
Yep.
Samurai did wrong was to not have some features for a long time. Like they didn't have the ability to connect to your own node for a long,
Mm-hmm.
long time. It took them like 3 years to come up with what they call the dojo.
Right, right.
And all this time they collected XPubs from users. And
Yeah.
even after they launched the dojo, if you were only using the mobile app without
Yeah.
the dojo, you were still leaking your xpub to someone else. And people were saying, oh, so why is this such a big deal? Because the coordinator could see through your transactions.
Yeah.
Not just the coordinator, the service provider. It didn't matter because you didn't have
Yeah.
privacy against the service provider.
Correct.
Samurai
It's like
knew
a
exactly.
VPN.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Samurai knew exactly what you were doing. And you could argue, they were privacy advocates and they were not using this information. You don't know. That's the right
Yeah.
answer. You don't know.
Yeah. I mean, if you're under stress and you say like, "Oh, this is going to prevent you from going to jail," if you release all this data, how many people aren't going to cave, right? So it's better not to have that data to begin with. And I also understand their payment system was also centralized, if I not mistaken as well. But I mean, I still do wish them the best. I feel that they are them being jailed and everything sets a very dangerous precedent. I also do hope that the Tornado Cash people get out. I don't know. I mean, they have like Russian names, so I'm not sure how, this it's not like a Ross outbreak, right? Like actually, Zcoin was a very early donator to the Ross outbreak fund where we gave a small portion of our block reward towards the Ross outbreak fund until he finally felt his appeal, and then we stopped donating because it was meant for the legal fund. But I'm very glad to see that he's out. But I guess and I'm all for Ross Albrecht getting out, but he was also in a way like blessed from coming from a certain demographic, like people can rally behind him and stuff like that. While people like the Tornado Cash people don't have that same privilege, right? Yeah.
Well, I guess they're lucky because they were working on Ethereum and Vitalik is half Russian. Well,
Hmm.
I'm not even if he's half Russian. He is Russian. He was born there.
Hmm.
His father is Russian. So maybe there's more sympathy. There's always a community that's going to support you no matter where you come from.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't play this card and say, oh, just because Russ came from this American family and
Hmm.
he's relatable, because in the end, this is what it's about. Being able to the whole legal system is based on stories and how you can impress someone else and how you can make them believe that you're honest. And maybe
It
it's e-
shouldn't, but it is.
Yeah, and a lot of it is based on language and how you get people to interpret certain words. And of course, when
Yeah.
you have a piece of law, you read the text and you say, it covers this, this, and this, but it doesn't say anything about that. So it means that is perfectly fine. Or else I'm gonna use that until it gets included too. So there's always a loophole. We are limited by the language that we speak.
Yeah.
And if
That's
the
true.
language does not include something, then we can reinterpret or whatever. And in the case of Ross, I guess his story was very relatable and it
Yeah.
hit. Also, his contribution was massive enough for people to care. He
Yeah.
was so influential because he gave a use case to Bitcoin when
Definitely.
it
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
just speculation. There is actually a funny thread on Bitcoin Talk where Satoshi gets asked, so what should we use Bitcoin for? And he says, porn. I'm not even
Yeah.
joking. You can look it up. He says you can use it for porn if you don't want your credit card to get charged with that.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
The guy behind Privacy Pools, one of them was Amin Soleimani, and I think one of his early projects was Spank Chain, which was this paying, I guess, like online. Is that what you call sex workers? I'm not exactly sure. I think like cam girls. So yeah, I don't think that went very well. But yeah, I guess it's one of the, I think like one of the, I guess it's a final take. Like one of the things I find quite unfortunate is that a lot of the biggest proponents of privacy are always like anti-government, anti-establishment, anti and like I say, yeah, fuck the government, fuck the rules and stuff like that, which I definitely understand where they're coming from. I mean, I'm not a big fan of government. I'm not a big fan of like very overbearing regulation. But the general populace aren't like that. They okay, maybe not so much with governments nowadays, but with regulation, with laws, with stuff like that, they're still like, oh yeah, I'm going to comply. If you're not going to comply, you must be doing something wrong and stuff like that. But like with a lot of the people who are building privacy stuff, like I think Monero was like, famous in saying that, oh yeah, criminals use us because we are effective, criminals, therefore that's why we are private, because we are private enough that criminals would use us, which I understand the logic, I understand what they're talking about, but it's not a good look, right? Like you don't want to be promoting that sort of narrative, because that just feeds into that fear of cracking down on privacy and stuff like that. And that's, to me, doing a disservice to privacy, when we should be talking about, more relatable things, right? Because most people don't see themselves as lawbreakers. I didn't see myself as a lawbreaker until, banks and decided that my stuff was not wanted. And even when I was speaking to Aaron Day, like he was selling like health stuff, and then next thing the law said that his stuff was not legal. I guess that's when you kind of like get radicalized, right? But at the
What
same time,
radicalized you?
no, I mean, like for me, it was just being cut off from all my financial systems, just feeling really unfair. Like, hey, I'm doing legal, I'm paying my taxes, I'm doing all of this, and even then I'm being targeted. Even then I'm being cut off by some arbitrary decision or arbitrary regulator, or somebody sitting in some AMLA department, right? And that really sucks. Like this whole experience with the bank, with my, it's like the largest bank in Malaysia doing this to me. It's horrible, right? I couldn't sleep because, like, I have loans to pay, I have shit to stuff, and I can't even pay them off because I don't know how much money's in there, and they're all frozen. And that was just like a horrible feeling, right? And even back in my VPN business, like, my entire VPN business was almost wiped out because I didn't have any ways to accept payments until I found a workaround, right? But I guess that's what really woke me up to, like, hey, I need a privacy coin. I need to build this infrastructure. And because some people may say, well, why not build Monero? Why not build on Monero and stuff? I guess it's the same reason, because I don't think Monero would want to build, there's like philosophical reasons why it wouldn't implement certain things. And I think that's the beauty of open source, right? You build what you want and you see whether people want to use it. So yeah. I guess I just want to, like, remind people that, yeah, although we should be all about privacy, and there's definitely going to be some crime happening on these privacy tools, we should not be promoting it. We should not be saying, like, cheering it on, even like, yes, ransomware users, yes. If that's the case, then yeah, Tornado Cash is even more private than Monero, which it isn't. But I mean, the fact that nation state actors used it, we should not actually be saying that this is proof of your efficiency. I mean, yes, we can know that, but I don't think that's something, we are doing a disjustice to an injustice to the narrative by promoting that view. And that's why, like, I have immense respect for Darkfire, I have immense respect for Amer. I guess, like, he's more on the, I don't think he's ever said like criminal activity, but he's really more on the, like, very maximal, I think, we should always try to say, we shouldn't discount something just because it says compliance. It's not that we want to comply, but there is a significant group of people that don't want to touch anything that may seem a bit nefarious to them, and we should really normalize privacy. And as shitty as the Zcash, what was that, their motto is, like, make privacy normal or something like that. And like Darkfire saying, no, privacy should not be normal, it should be outstanding and amazing and stuff like that. I actually have some, I do think privacy should be normalized, and the way to do that is not by promoting to say that criminal activity is great, that we should be sharing criminal use cases for privacy coins or crypto in general. Yeah.
Once again, it's language, you know. You can
Yeah.
sell very secure doors that cannot be
Hmm.
broken, and your main
Yes.
customer is gonna be criminals who don't want the police to break their door. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not your fault. You're building something that is useful. The fact
Yeah.
that some people use it, like, does Toyota get
Yeah.
any accountability for the fact that their Highlanders and their
Terrorists. Yeah. Hilux.
Hilux are being sold for war purposes? Like, they're military vehicles in some parts of the world.
Exactly.
Do they
Yeah.
have to account for that and say, oh, look, your cars are being used for that? You should be regulated as a military company. No, they just make their vehicles. Some people find them useful for whatever reason. You should go
Is
after those people that use them for that reason, not after the technology itself. Like, imagine if I try to project this like prehistoric life. You get a bunch of cavemen, and one
yeah.
of them brings fire into the cave, and then someone comes along and says we should never use this again because it can set the
Yes.
whole place on fire.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah,
And it's also the double standards because banks have, been behind some of the largest money laundering and even knowingly done so. And yet they get a pass, right? While individual developers who aren't those type of people who don't knowingly allow crime, they just build tools that they believe in, get targeted, right? And I feel that's a real crying shame. And I feel that we should be giving kudos to the people who are actually daring to continue this thing despite it not being the most profitable thing and also being highly risky, right? I actually feel like sometimes I actually got a notification. Me and my co-founder Parvin both got notifications on our Google to say that a state actor is trying to break into your Gmail. You should move to advanced Google Advanced Security, where you need to use a physical passkey. And I'm just a small guy, and having that is kind of scary, right? And yet we still continue to do what we do. Yeah.
yeah, well, when you think about it,
Yeah.
it's important to keep going in spite of all the challenges.
Hmm.
And I know it's not easy, and I have a lot of respect for people like yourself who keep going.
Mm.
The price is 99% down against both the US dollar and Bitcoin, but you're not
Yep.
stopping the development because of this. And you're
Yep.
actually, it's not like a meme coin, which you can argue, okay, it ran its
Yeah.
course, it's not funny anymore, nobody cares
Yeah.
about it. You're actually building protocols that are
Yeah.
used for stuff. It's used for your own network to keep it private,
Yeah.
but it's also used
Mhm.
by other networks that can employ the same protocol.
That's
So
right. Yeah.
thank you very much for building on. First of all, it was Zero Coin,
Hmm.
and then
Yes.
Zcoin, and now it's Firo.
No, no, zero coins a protocol. Oh, you talking about the name? We were just got. Oh, actually, there was a earlier name that it never went live in, but it was called Moneta or something like that. And then it launched as Zcoin, and then it rebranded to Firo. But I don't think very few people know about the Moneta history unless you're like really with us from the beginning. But it launched at Zcoin. It launched its mainnet as Zcoin, and then we were rebranded to Firo. But Zero Coin, we will never call that because that's our protocol. But we've like iterated over 4 different protocols since then. So yeah.
I gotta ask you, if people made it up to this point and it's 4 hours in,
Yeah.
and maybe they want to get their hands on some Firo to see how it works, what's the best way without buying it from exchanges? Is there any faucet or something that they can access?
So actually, if you go through our Discord and Telegram channels, like if you just say, "Hey, drop me an envelope," people might create an envelope, and you can just get like some small amounts, like 0.1 Firo or 0.01 Firo, and just play around with it. That's a good way, and it makes you join our community. Obviously, you can still mine it. You can still, if you just want some small amounts, you can use the GPU and mine it, and get some within a day or so. That's not an issue as well. But if you want to get like serious amounts, they are DEXs. We actually, well, recently, I think it's too long to talk about this, but there is a Firo DEX, atomic swap based DEX, that we are working on getting back up because there were some takedowns from the Komodo wallet side. Which I guess is too long to discuss here, but that would be a good way once we get that back out. It should be up in maybe like a week or so, and then we should have that infrastructure. I mean, you can swap with stable coins, you can swap with Bitcoin and everything, and you can do that, yeah, totally without any sort of custody on all of that. So that's the best way to get it. And we also supported many swap providers as well. But hopefully we get an integration in Sarai. We've been talking about that, and we're really looking forward to the layer swap version 8 integration in a couple of months as well. Yeah.
That sounds promising. I actually checked the price to see if this interview has had any impact at all. The price went up like 5 cents, but it's within the daily range.
The daily movement.
Yeah. I don't think I influenced anyone. And I'm not telling you to buy anything. I'm just telling you this tech
Yes,
is interesting.
definitely.
I'm not giving
But yeah,
financial advice. I'm just giving freedom advice.
freedom advice. Anyway, thank you so much for having me on. Is there any last questions or thoughts that you want to say before we
Yeah,
wrap
how
up?
can people
Actually,
follow you and keep up with the
ah,
project?
well, I guess the best way to follow us is on our Twitter. I'm Reuben Yap. I guess you'll be linked in this thing. It's REUBENYAP on X or Twitter. I still call it Twitter. And I guess we have our Discord and Telegram channels. And yes, I know it's not private, but look, it's a public discourse channel. But if you want to communicate we have our forums at forum.firo.org. But I would say the best way to get involved in a community, drop by our Discord or Telegram communities, drop by our forums, and yeah, I'm pretty responsive. We have also a YouTube channel that we put up a lot of content on, and if you want to learn more about Firo, just give us a follow, like, and subscribe. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Also, let's set a special word that people should write in the comments if they make it up to this point.
What should this say? Uh Firo is fire. I don't know. Maybe.
I actually thought it's Firo when I saw Firo the
Ah,
first time. I was thinking, oh, maybe it's like fire, so it's Firo.
yeah,
Firo.
yeah, yeah.
Firo is
I
fire.
don't care. Firo, either work. Yeah.
So write that in the comments if you made it up to this point. Thank you very much for listening. It's been really nice. We've had like 1,200 viewers across
Oh, nice.
Twitter and YouTube. We've had some comments in the chat.
Mhm.
And thank you for everyone who listened to this. Thank you to the sponsors. Once again, SideShift, Citrea, Layer 2 Labs, No Ones, and Huddling. And thank you, Ruben, for your time.
Thank you so much for that. And hope to stay in touch and maybe see you in MoneroCon if you're there.
Yeah, in Prague. I'll be there.
All right. Awesome.